Science 20 delegates, esteemed representatives of international science network organizations, esteemed governmental authorities, esteemed representative of G20 working groups and engagement groups, esteemed members of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, and representatives of the Brazilian scientific communities, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Professor Helena Nader, President of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, and of the Board of Directors of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, I have the privilege and honor to welcome you to Rio de Janeiro and to the 2024 edition of the Science 20 meeting. I initially invite Professor Mariângela Hungria, member of the Board of Directors of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, to introduce the group that will give us a musical performance. Professor Mariângela.
Thank you very much. Very honored to be here. Choro means cry. It's a traditional popular music born here in Rio de Janeiro over a century and a half ago. Roda de choro, it's like round of cry, brings together a group of people who enjoy playing in conversation mode. This experience of collective improvisation requires technical mastery and especially musical solidarity and fine human tuning. Exactly as we want to have here in this S20 meeting. Then the choro flows and communicates. For the S20 meeting, we have the pleasure to introduce to Choro na Rua. It would be Cry in the Street, which will delight us with a selection of chorinhos. It's like little cries. Thank you.
after this beautiful performance of Chorinho, which is characteristic from Rio de Janeiro. I hope you have enjoyed. Later in the evening, we will have more musical presentations, but now we have to move on with the meeting and with our discussions. So we will now watch a short video presentation that was prepared by Dr. Tatiana Berenguer, who is responsible for civil society engagements within the G20 finance track. Basically, this initial session here is to provide you an overview of the perspective of the Brazilian presidency of the G20 to the G20 2024, so that we have an overall vision of what the Brazilian government is proposing. And obviously after that, in an independent and autonomous forum, we will make the discussions from the perspective of the academies and the S20. So I think the video is ready.
Good morning, dear colleagues for Science 20. It's a pleasure to make these introductory remarks at this Inception meeting. I am representing Ambassador Tatiana Rossito, who is the General Coordinator of G20 Finance Track. I will summarize the Finance Track framework and our priorities under Brazilian presidents in this year. Institutionally, the Finance Track is organized in 5 working groups, 1 joint task force and 1 dialogue. The 5 working groups are Framework, Institutional Finance Architecture, Infrastructure, Sustainable Finance, and Finance Inclusion and Finance Sector Issues. The Joint Task Force is on health and finance. It was built after the COVID-19 pandemic. The dialogue is on international taxation. It's a bold Brazilian proposal to go beyond and above BEPS, the Basis Erosion Profit from OECD. Probably a 3rd pillar addressing tax for super rich. The Brazilian presidency is trying to bring some innovation to this forum, and the finance track priorities follow the presidential ones. Along these lines, the finance track priorities are inequalities. This topic is being discussed in the Framework Working Group, addressing that macroeconomic politics must have impact on the combat of inequalities among and between nations. It includes the necessity to build fiscal space to provide the increase of public investment and public policies. The second priority is the development of equitable and inclusive principles of international taxation to further strengthen domestic and international resources mobilizations in a just, progressive, and transparent manner. The third priority is the reform of international financial institutions. Our goal is to make it more representative, effective, and impactful, especially the multilateral development banks. Fourth, we aim to secure sustainable flows to concessional resources to the middle and low-income countries, including the resolution of their debt burdens. Fifth, we work toward crafting appropriate regulatory frameworks and risk-sharing mechanisms between public and private capital to foster massive researches for just transitions. I would like to mention that Finance Track is also engaged in this G20 Social. It aims to promote participation in this forum. The goal is to unite the engagement groups who used to work separately, and it also aims to expand the social base around the forum, calling on non-governmental organizations and social networks to take part in these discussions. The focal point for civil society in the finance track issues is a novelty. The engagement of civil society could be a way of making the issues more public and accessible for people. Last but not least, like the Brazilian Minister of Finance, Fernando Haddad, once said, we are living in a polycrisis scenario with economic, environmental, social, and political issues. In order to fight against it, it's important to build a new globalization border that can strengthen global value chains and redirect investments to new regions. It must be based on social and environmental aspects. The new industrial policy must enforce technological innovation based on the reduction of inequalities and on sustainability. I'm positive that the science community can work to contribute to this proposal. In this sense, we congratulate Science 20 for this meeting. We wish you a good journey, and please count on Finance Track G20 social team. Thank you for this opportunity.
I now invite Dr. Gustavo Westman, who is Special Advisor for International Affairs at the General Secretariat of the Presidency of Brazil and is responsible for civil society engagement within the G20 Social to address the audience. Gustavo has been a very close and strong partner of the engagement groups in Brazil, and it's a pleasure to have him here with us today.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a really great pleasure to be here today. Actually, it's an honor to be here in front of such high authorities in the sciences team, the sciences issue. Well, I'm going to try to be brief but pragmatic in my introduction. I believe that you all know that presiding a G20 is a blessing from the one hand, but from the other hand, it's a huge challenge, all right? So how to preside G20 in such a complex world order? We're seeing a climate change. We are seeing wars all over the world, extremely complex wars with no solutions in the horizon. We are seeing new technologies, the emergence of new technologies that we don't know where they are going to lead us to. The expectation that these new technologies would lead us to more information, and the deception of seeing a world full of disinformation also on the other hand. Economic instability. So how can we make G20 pragmatic and produce concrete results in such a complex world order? So that's the challenge that President Lula embraced when assuming the presidency of G20. In order to achieve these goals, Brazil has been trying to promote a few innovations within the G20 framework. So first of all, we're trying to approximate the tracks, okay, the finance track and the political or Sherpa's track, to bring them together, let them talk. Okay, what you notice is that in the past, these tracks walked in completely parallel path, and that's definitely not what we want to do. The second thing, pragmatism. So I was part of the team that worked on the identification of the themes that are guiding the Brazilian presidency, right? So we're talking about the fight against hunger and poverty. We are talking about climate change and sustainable development issues. We are talking about the reform of global governance. We believe that these, and when we were discussing these themes, we believed that those are themes that no one may say, I don't agree. I mean, we are all in the same fight for these goals. How to reach them is the challenge, okay? And I believe you guys here have a huge role in this process. Another thing, a motto of President Lula, which is extremely interesting, is that we cannot make effective public policy without the participation of those that are part of the public policy, okay? So we need to engage those involved in the process with the decision-making process. And that's why it led to a promise of our president that one of the legacies of Brazilian presidency would be the increase of social participation in G20. That's not easy, believe me. We're talking about one of the more, let's say, strict structures in international governance, even though one of the most effective in the current days. Not sure if fortunately or unfortunately, but that's reality. So we have to work on this basis. We believe that the incidence of the engagement groups has to increase also, okay? We noticed that we deeply investigated how it worked in the past. And we noticed that working engagement groups had amazing production in the past, but with very little dialogue with negotiations, what was being discussed in the Sherpas and finance track, okay? Not only limited incidence, but limited social participation. So in your case, in the Science 20, it might be more natural that you have these players in this room involved. But imagine when you're talking about civil society, the C20, or the think tanks 20. We're taking a look in the past, and those same players that have been there for like 5, 10 years are still the same. So we have to increase the social basis of participation. So I believe, even though you are the natural players in the sciences field of G20, still you should open your mind to bring more players to the fore, to discuss with more people, to discuss with those that are being affected in the everyday, like the workers, you know, the ones that are putting their hands and producing things. It's always important to hear them. So I'd like to take these last minutes I have to, if you allow me, to comment on some points that I believe may contribute to our work ahead these days, okay? It's a journey that you are starting today. Actually, for my colleagues from Academia Brasileira de Ciências, it's been going on for a while, and I thank them a lot for leading this process. It's an extremely complex challenge, but it's a journey that is starting today to most of you. So what would I say, if you allow me to guide in a positive way the works you are starting now? First of all, the themes you discuss should be aligned with those being discussed by the finance and Sherpas track. It might sound obvious, but we are seeing that it's such a broad spectrum of themes that can be discussed within the G20 framework that you can get lost in the process. So focus on those priorities that are being discussed in the Sherpas and finance track, okay? That's one of those. I could notice here, based on the priorities and the task forces you suggested that are gonna guide your work, that there is an alignment. But keep that in mind, okay? Another important thing, be concise and pragmatic in your recommendations, okay? Again, in the past we've noticed, I don't know exactly about the work of Science 20, but you notice that some engagement groups present like thousands of pages of recommendations. Guys, I don't read 1,000 of pages. Imagine my minister, imagine my president. Let's be very concrete, very concise, very pragmatic points. This is what I want to leave as a message. It doesn't mean you should not produce those amounts of content, because indeed you have to embase the decisions or the recommendations. But be pragmatic, okay? Again, people will not read hundreds of pages, okay? They are already overwhelmed. So that's extremely important. Another thing, please talk to other engagement groups, talk to the working groups, try to identify which working groups are those that are discussing what you are discussing. So, for example, we have the initiative on bioeconomy. You need to talk to these guys. What are they working on? What are they aiming at presenting as a result? How can you contribute to that? And not only contribute, because you have to pressure them to keep going beyond always, okay? That's your role here. Making governments go beyond their limits. That's why you are so important. I noticed also, so we have the working group on health and finance, and you have challenges to health as a guiding motto here. We have the working group on digital economy, artificial intelligence. You should discuss, all right? And energy transition. So please talk, because there are other people discussing what we are going to discuss. And again, not only working groups, but other engagement groups, okay? Think tanks are on the other room. And I see here Luciana Servo, the president of IPEA. She's leading the T20. They are discussing some of these issues the same way. So let's make it work together, okay? We are here as Brazilian government. I'm the international advisor at the president's office, exactly to help within our limitations, but to build these bridges. So don't be worried to ask for us to help you build these bridges, okay? I'd like to highlight also special moments that are gonna happen and how important these special moments will be for you. So in July, from the 3rd to 5th of July, okay, in the Sherpas meeting that will be held within this period, you are gonna have one of your representatives who sit on the table with the Sherpas. That has never happened in G20's history, and are gonna present in 5 minutes your recommendations. So I wouldn't like to be in the skin of this person, because summarizing all the work you're gonna produce in 5 minutes, it's actually crazy. But that's a key moment for you. It doesn't mean that you have to conclude your work by then. I can see you're having the summit in July, okay? And whatever, if you keep doing side events or articulations or meetings, that's fine. But be ready to bring concrete, pragmatic, and concise contributions in that occasion. I'd also like to highlight, and I'm concluding now, that in November we are holding the G20 Summit, and before that we're having the G20 Social Summit, which would be a great opportunity for all of you and other social movements. And I mean, we're trying to bring all these effervescence. I don't even know if that word exists in English, but that's, in Portuguese, is a beautiful one, effervescência. So we're trying to bring them all together to leave a message, to make a transition to South Africa, to leave a legacy. We want whatever we contribute now to G20, we want it to perpetuate, okay? And we need to be very, very aware of that. So, last but not least, the concept of social D20 that we have developed has lots of innovations, but it also includes optimizing what already existed. So you've been holding meetings for a while now, okay? So our idea is, okay, that's fantastic, but time has arrived to go beyond, to make the results of these meetings you are having here make a concrete impact in decision makers. It's not an easy challenge, okay? And it's not gonna happen from a day to another, we know that. But we are doing our best to make this become real now and in the close future. Thank you very much. Have an amazing meeting these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. I now have the pleasure to invite Minister Luciana Santos, who's the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Brazil, to address the S20 delegates. Ministra, the floor is yours.
Gente, muito bom dia a cada um e a cada uma de vocês aqui presentes.
So first of all, good morning to each and every one of you present here today.
Quero parabenizar a iniciativa da Academia Brasileira de Ciências, em nome da presidente Helena Nader, que por motivos de doença, acabo de saber, ela não pôde estar aqui para receber vocês.
I would like to thank and welcome all of you and thank the Brazilian Academy of Sciences on behalf of the President Helena Nader, who I have just been told that because of an illness is not.
Guimarães, da Federal de Minas Gerais, foi me receber e acolher.
So Virgílio Guimarães from the Federal University of Minas Gerais is the one who received and welcomed me.
Então, vejo aqui, desculpa que eu acabo de chegar e não estou aqui com os nomes dos nossos representantes da nossa equipe, né, do Sistema Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia, mas se sintam todos agraciados e abraçados em nome de Aragão, que é o diretor da FINEP, e em nome dele, todas as equipes dos diversos ministérios que porventura possam estar aqui presentes. Também, como a Secretaria Estadual de Ciência e Tecnologia do Rio, da Secretaria Municipal, da Vânia, que é a coordenadora geral da cooperação, né? Em nome desses, eu saúdo aqui e dou as boas-vindas a todas as academias de ciência que se fazem presentes no Science 20.
I have just gotten out of a car and arrived at this minute, so I'm sorry I don't have everyone's name with me. But I would like to thank, on behalf of Aragão from FINEP, all the science and technology committees that are present here today, the Secretary of Science and Technology for the state of Rio de Janeiro, for the city of Rio de Janeiro, and Vanya, who's a coordinator of a cooperation program, and also to give all of you a very warm welcome here.
O professor Vigílio já me falou que para abrilhantar aqui a recepção a vocês, nós já colocamos uma tinta de brasilidade através do nosso choro.
Professor Virgílio has already told me that we have already tainted this meeting with a little bit of Brazilianness, as you were able to hear some choro.
Então, muito bem-vindos e bem-vindas. Bom dia a todos e a todas.
So a very warm welcome, good morning to everyone.
Gostaria de agradecer mais uma vez o convite da Academia Brasileira de Ciências para participar da abertura dessa reunião inaugural do Science 20. Cumprimento e dou as boas-vindas aos presidentes, representantes de alto nível das academias de ciência aqui presentes na nossa cidade maravilhosa. Para o Brasil, é uma honra ter, durante nossa presidência do G20, a presença desse grupo de engajamento que reúne as mais relevantes academias científicas do mundo. Gostaria também de parabenizar a Academia Brasileira de Ciências, não só pelo tema Ciência para a Transformação Global deste S20, mas também pelos tópicos que serão discutidos hoje e amanhã aqui no Rio de Janeiro. Como verão, eles dialogam diretamente com os temas das 3 instâncias que o Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação se envolve no âmbito do G20.
So once again, I would like to thank the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for the invitation to participate in the opening ceremony of the Science 20 Inception meeting. I greet and welcome the presidents and high-level representatives of the science academies present here in our wonderful city of Rio de Janeiro. For Brazil, it is an honor to have the presence of this engagement group that brings together the most relevant scientific academies in the world during our G20 presidency. I would also like to congratulate ABC, not only for the theme Science for Global Transformation of this S20, but also for the topics that will be discussed today and tomorrow here in Rio de Janeiro.
O grupo de trabalho de pesquisa e inovação que foi criado neste ano pela nossa presidência brasileira, demonstrando a relevância global que damos para as questões da ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Na visão do presidente Lula, não há como o principal fórum de cooperação econômica e para o desenvolvimento internacional presidir dos temas de pesquisa e inovação. Então, esse é um primeiro grupo, o grupo de trabalho de pesquisa e inovação. Segundo grupo, o grupo de trabalho de economia digital, no qual lideramos o tema da inteligência artificial. E o terceiro grupo é a iniciativa de bioeconomia, na qual somos responsáveis pelos temas de pesquisa e desenvolvimento.
As you will see, they dialogue directly with the themes of the three instances in which the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation is involved within the scope of G20. The first being the Research and Innovation Working Group, which was created this year by our Brazilian presidency, demonstrating the global relevance we give to science, technology, and innovation issues. In President Lula's view, there is no way the main forum for economic cooperation and international development can do without research and innovation themes. The second is the Digital Economy Working Group, in which we lead the topic of artificial intelligence. And the third, the Bioeconomy Initiative, in which we are responsible for research and development themes.
Por meio do GT de Pesquisa e Inovação, que está realizando também hoje e amanhã em Brasília sua segunda reunião, e cuja coordenação está a cargo da secretária Márcia Barbosa, membro titular da Academia Brasileira de Ciências, o Brasil propõe colocar no centro de sua presidência as questões relacionadas às assimetrias globais de acesso, desenvolvimento e produção de ciência, tecnologia e inovação.
Through the Research and Innovation Working Group, which is also holding its second meeting today and tomorrow in Brasilia, and whose coordination is under the responsibility of Secretary Márcia Barbosa, a full member of ABC, Brazil proposes to place at the center of its presidency the issues related to global asymmetries in access, development, and production of science, technology, and innovation.
O então secretário-geral da ONU, Kofi Annan, fez há alguns anos um vigoroso apelo aos cientistas para que agissem contra a desigualdade técnico-científica. Em 2003, ele apontou que, aspas, a distribuição desigual da atividade científica gera sérios problemas, não só para a comunidade científica dos países em desenvolvimento, mas para o próprio desenvolvimento. Ela acelera a disparidade entre países avançados e em desenvolvimento, entre países avançados e em desenvolvimento, criando dificuldades sociais e econômicas no plano nacional e internacional. A ideia de dos mundos científicos é um anátema ao espírito científico. A mudança desse cenário e a extensão dos benefícios da ciência a todos exigirão o empenho dos cientistas e das instituições científicas em todo o mundo.
Former UN Secretary-General Kofi Annan strongly called on scientists a few years ago to act against technical scientific inequality. In 2003, he pointed out that, quote, this unbalanced distribution of scientific activity generates serious problems not only for the scientific community in developing countries, but for development itself. It accelerates the disparity between advanced and developing countries, creating social and economic difficulties at both national and international levels. The idea of two worlds of science is an anathema to the scientific spirit. It will require the commitment of scientists and scientific institutions throughout the world to change that portrait of bringing the benefits of science to all. End of quote.
Tal afirmativa continua verdadeira após 20 anos e tem igual valor para nós, governos. O relatório sobre Tecnologia e Inovação 2023 da Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre Comércio e Desenvolvimento aponta que os países da América Latina, do Caribe, da África subsaariana são os menos preparados para usar, adotar ou adaptar tecnologias de ponta e estão arriscados a perder as atuais oportunidades tecnológicas para o mundo de baixo carbono, como a inteligência artificial, hidrogênio sustentável e internet das coisas. Assim como.
This statement remains true after 20 years and has equal value for us governments. The UNCTAD 2023 Technology and Innovation Report points out that countries in Latin America, the Caribbean, and Sub-Saharan Africa are the least prepared to use, adopt, or adapt cutting-edge technologies and are at the risk of losing technological opportunities for a low-carbon world, such as artificial intelligence, sustainable hydrogen, and the Internet of Things.
Mas se, por um lado, o cenário parece desafiador, abre-se uma janela de oportunidades para que as economias, que já são de baixo carbono, consigam embarcar numa revolução verde e tecnológica que está em sua fase inicial. O mesmo relatório desta conferência aponta para a necessidade de a comunidade internacional fazer regras comerciais mais favoráveis às indústrias verdes emergentes em economias em desenvolvimento e reformar direitos de propriedades intelectuais que facilitam as transferências de tecnologias para esses países.
But if on one hand the scenario seems challenging, it opens a window of opportunity for economies that are already low carbon to be able to embark on a green and technological revolution that is at its initial phase. The same UNCTAD report points to the need for an international community to make trade rules that are more favorable to emerging green industries in developing economies, and to reform intellectual property rights that facilitate technology transfers to these countries.
É com esse pano de fundo que propusemos para o nosso grupo de trabalho de pesquisa e inovação o tema Inovação aberta para o desenvolvimento justo e sustentável. Nossa intenção é buscar pontes entre os países desenvolvidos e em desenvolvimento, de modo a reduzir desigualdades científicas, tecnológicas e de inovação, e garantir o desenvolvimento econômico inclusivo, socialmente justo e ambientalmente responsável.
Under this backdrop, we proposed the theme Open Innovation for Fair and Sustainable Development for our Research and Innovation Working Group. Our intention is to build bridges between developed and developing nations in order to reduce scientific, technological, and innovation inequalities and ensure inclusive, socially fair, and environmentally responsible economic development.
O tema principal está sendo desenvolvido por meio de 5 tópicos prioritários, com alta convergência e complementariedade entre si. Tópico 1. Inovação aberta para fortalecer a cooperação internacional Norte-Sul em ciência, tecnologia e inovação. Tópico 2. Inovação aberta para descarbonização da economia, incluindo a transição energética e a bioeconomia. Tópico 3. Inovação aberta para garantir o direito, o acesso e a informação sobre saúde. Tópico 4. Pesquisa e inovação aberta para a Amazônia sustentável. Tópico 5. Inclusão, diversidade e combate às desigualdades na ciência, tecnologia e inovação.
The main theme is being developed through 5 priority topics, with high convergence and complementarity between them. Number 1, open innovation to strengthen international North-South cooperation in science, technology, and innovation. Number 2, open innovation for decarbonization of the economy, including energy transition and bioeconomy. 3, open innovation to guarantee the right, access, and information about health. 4, research and open innovation for a sustainable Amazon. 5, inclusion, diversity, and combating inequalities in science, technology, and innovation.
Essa é a mesma linha que estamos adotando no grupo de trabalho de economia digital, onde coube ao Ministério da Ciência, Tecnologia e Inovação a responsabilidade de liderar o tema da inteligência artificial. A acelerada evolução dos sistemas de IA tem provocado debates intensos, centrados principalmente nos modelos generativos, seus riscos e benefícios.
This is the same line that we are adopting in the Digital Economy Working Group, where the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation is responsible for leading the topic of artificial intelligence. The accelerated evolution of AI systems has provoked intense debates, focusing mainly on generative models, their risks and benefits.
Esses debates, no entanto, frequentemente ignoram a questão da concentração em poucos países e empresas, de capacidades, base de dados e de infraestrutura computacional, que, somados, representam a ameaça de que os países em desenvolvimento não colham os benefícios dessa revolução tecnológica. Em parceria com a Unesco, estamos pautando nesse grupo de trabalho o uso de sistemas de IA por governos e empresas, com o objetivo de melhorar a condição de vida de diferentes grupos sociais, especialmente os marginalizados, de modo a concretamente melhorar a vida das pessoas. Também estão sobre a mesa as formas de garantir que os conjuntos de dados usados para treinar sistemas de inteligência artificial sejam representativos de contextos locais e fiéis à diversidade linguística, cultural, racial e de contextos geográficos particulares. Por fim, quero mencionar que temos trabalhado na iniciativa da bioeconomia do G20, em formas de fortalecer um ambiente internacional e um arcabouço denominado Princípios de Alto Nível do G20 sobre bioeconomia, que facilitarão a cooperação em pesquisa e desenvolvimento entre países do G20 nesse tema.
These debates, however, often ignore the issue of concentration in a few countries and companies of the capabilities, databases, and computational infrastructure, which together represent the threat that developing countries will not reap the benefits of this technological revolution. In partnership with UNESCO, this working group is guiding the use of AI systems by governments and companies with the aim of improving the living conditions of different social groups, especially marginalized ones, in order to concretely improve people's lives. Also on the table are ways to ensure that data sets that are used to train artificial intelligence systems are representative of local contexts and faithful to the diversity of linguistic, cultural, racial, and particular geographic contexts. Finally, I want to mention that we have been working in the G20 Bioeconomy Initiative on ways to strengthen an international environment and a framework called the G20 High-Level Principles on Bioeconomy, which will facilitate research and development cooperation between G20 countries on this topic.
Senhoras e senhores, ao agradecer novamente pela oportunidade de me dirigir às academias de ciência do G20 e os convidados, considero que um fluido diálogo entre os S20 e as demais instâncias de cooperação governamental do G20 trarão grandes benefícios para a presidência brasileira. Sei que o trabalho de coordenação entre diferentes grupos é, por vezes, desafiador, mas, desde já, quero reiterar nossa disposição para ter um contínuo debate de ideias e de construção conjunta, para atingir resultados concretos para os nossos países. Sejam muito bem-vindos mais uma vez, desejo uma ótima reunião para o S20 e contem conosco. Um forte abraço a cada um e a cada uma de vocês.
Ladies and gentlemen, when thanking you again for the opportunity to address the G20 Science Academies and guests, I consider that a fluid dialogue between the S20 and the other G20 government cooperation bodies would bring great benefits to the Brazilian presidency. I know that coordination work between different groups is sometimes challenging, but I want to reiterate our willingness to have a continuous debate of ideas and joint construction to achieve concrete results for our countries. I wish you a great meeting for S20, and please count on us. Warm greetings and a Brazilian hug to all.
Thank you, Minister Luciana Santos. But after hearing to the vision and expectations of the Brazilian presidency of the G20, I have the pleasure to give the floor to Professor Álvaro Prata from the Board of Directors of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, who will be chairing the meeting today. Professor Prata.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we inaugurate the Inception meeting of S20 under the presidency of the Brazilian Academy of Science. On behalf of Professor Helena Nader, President of the Brazilian Academy of Science, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. Regrettably, Professor Nader is unable to join us today due to an unforeseen family matter. However, she was graciously recorded a video message for this inaugural occasion, which I now request to be presented.
Dear presidents and representatives of the S20 member academies, dear presidents and representatives of international science networks and organizations, dear governmental authorities, dear representatives of G20 working groups and engagement groups, dear members of the Brazilian Academy of Science and representatives of the Brazilian scientific community, dear S20 guests, welcome to the Science 20 Brazil Inception meeting in Rio de Janeiro. I want to apologize to all of you that, due to family illness, I could not be with you in person at this opening ceremony of the S20 meeting in Rio. As I have pointed out in the preliminary document shared with all the S20 members and observers, the slogan, Building a Just World and a Sustainable Planet, indeed expresses Brazil's commitment and desire to encourage fair agreements that promote global economic and social development. It also highlights the Brazilian motto for this mandate, the reduction of hunger, poverty, and inequality worldwide, as well as social environmental development that includes a fair and inclusive ecological transition. As Sherpa of the S20 Brazil Engagement Group, after discussions with the Board of Directors of the Brazilian Academy of Science, we have defined Science for Global Transformation as precept. We're glad to see Brazil back on the global scenario, seeking to work multilaterally with other countries to build solutions for common problems after a turbulent period during which our country faced dreadful outcomes of the COVID-19 pandemic, together with speeches of distrust in science, including vaccines and use of drugs for prevention or treatment with no scientific evidence or proof of efficacy and safety. Likewise, Brazil has faced threats to our young democracy, which has been re-established in 1985. We should remember that in September 2015, 193 countries, members of the United Nations, approved a global agenda to be achieved by 2030, aiming to free our people from the tyranny of poverty and protect the planet. I want to remind all of us that the S20 countries signed the 23rd agenda. We are only 6 years away from the established deadline, and with concern, we realize that we are far from the desired and agreed upon 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Our actions are integrated and indivisible and must balance the three dimensions of sustainable development: the dimension of economics, the dimension of the social, and the dimension of the environment, all of them anchored in the commitment that no one would be left behind. We strongly believe that the S20 countries and European and African unions can bring positive inputs to the 23rd agenda. We are aware that several themes could be discussed under the broad perspective of the S20 meeting in Brazil, Science for Global Transformation. Thus, we have decided to approach it in 5 different task forces: artificial intelligence, with discussion on the ethics, the social impact, the regulation, and knowledge sharing, as well as the impact for society. Bioeconomy, going from its definition and pushing the world toward a sustainable planet. Again, seeking for the impact on the territory, on the populations. Energy transition process. We all want renewable energies, but we cannot forget the social as well as the economic considerations. Health challenge, seeking for quality, equity, and access. How does science can help in achieving these goals? And finally, social justice, promoting the inclusion, ending poverty, and reducing inequalities. We have invited 4 experts to bring us some thoughts in this arena that we believe can enrich our discussions. Marcia Castro will discuss demography and health challenges in the G20 countries. And Fernanda de Negri will bring thoughts on artificial intelligence and the challenge for democracy and society. Pedro Vonchovsky will talk about innovation for social inclusion and sustainability. And Brito Cruz will bring data on opportunities and challenges for research collaboration in the G20. Also, Roberto Lente will tell us about an important new program that's being launched by UNESCO that relates with the motto of our meeting. Furthermore, we have decided to invite for the first time in the S20 meetings the international science networks and organizations so that they can be aware of the discussions that are being held by the G20 scientific community and share inputs with us. The G20 represents the world's major and organized important economies, and its members represent 85% of global GDP, 75% of international trade, and 2/3 of the global population. As Sherpa of the S20 Brazil meeting, I strongly believe that we need to have convergence in order to achieve our goals. Thus, gathering science academies of the 19 countries and the European and African unions, together with the international science networks and organizations, I believe we give a step forward in the direction of achieving our goal, which means the 23rd Agenda. Also, I would like to point out that science, besides the advancement of knowledge, needs to impact society. Thus, we proposed that in the preliminary document, that the discussions on the 5 themes should embrace the impact on the society. We need to take into consideration the impacts on the territory and the people live in that specific area. We cannot discuss, for instance, the topic of bioeconomy or energy transition without looking at the impact on the local society. We are also bringing for the discussions the difference in demography among the S20 members. Understanding demographic trends is crucial for anticipating technological needs and fostering innovation. Demographics influence the adoption and development of technology, such as artificial intelligence, and should guide investments in research and development. In summary, awareness of population demographics, AI, innovation, science collaboration, among others, are fundamental for G20 countries to make informed decisions that shape the well-being of their citizens, drive economic prosperity, and contribute to global sustainable development. Finally, I want to thank the board of directors of our academy for the help in putting together this meeting and their role in the discussions as chairs of the 5 task forces. The Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation and FINEP for financial support. And a special thank to the staff of the Brazilian Academy of Science. To you, my friends, my gratitude for the companionship and availability during this entire process. I hope we'll be able, at the final meeting in July, to have a document that has been deeply, thoroughly discussed by all and agreed on in order to submit the decision to the governments. I wish you all a pleasant meeting and stay in Rio de Janeiro. Thanks for being with us.
I, myself, am very honored to serve as a second delegate for Brazil, collaborating closely with our Sherpa, Helena Nader. We are deeply grateful for your presence here in Rio de Janeiro, and we are committed to working diligently and collaboratively to deliver outcomes that will have a lasting impact in our world. Thank you very much. At this moment, I would like to give the word to the Indian National Science Academy, past president of S20. Please, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, the word is yours.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it's not working. Is it working now? Thank you, Professor Prata. Good morning indeed. I'm so happy to see all of you after a few months that we had about 5 meetings in India and the final summit meeting in Coimbatore. I'm so happy to see continuation of some of the themes that we talked about in India. One theme being transformational science for sustainability. And the minister, as well as the president, emphasized the need for connecting science with society and the larger aspects of science and its stakeholders. We also had themes related to clean energy transition in India last year. Another theme was universal and universal health and holistic health. And the third theme was connecting science to society. I'm very happy to see that we are discussing today science for global transformation under 5 equally important sub-themes. On behalf of my team at Indian National Science Academy, I would like to place on record our appreciation to colleagues at the Brazilian Academy for putting together a very comprehensive document that we have gone through for discussion. We are committed to bringing concrete ideas for discussion in this S20 meeting. The 5 sub-themes are a part of ongoing poly-crisis that we are all aware of. It's important for academies to discuss this deeply. And as was pointed out, that we do that while keeping on impact on economy, sustainability, and environment in focus. I will quickly talk about the 5 sub-themes that are laid out for 2024. Before that, I just feel very quickly that we may wish to prioritize critical areas in these sub-themes to bring greater focus on our action map. The first sub-theme is artificial intelligence, ethics, social impact, regulation, and knowledge sharing. In addressing the global challenges, the rise of AI has a strong impact on every sector and every aspect of our lives. We need to call for adaptive regulatory frameworks that are dynamic and capable of adapting to the fast and sometimes exponentially evolving nature of AI. So while technologies today are exponential, the society's response to those technologies could be linear with a small slope. So keeping that in mind, that one needs very fastly adapting frameworks. It's also essential to establish clean boundary conditions to prevent undesirable AI behavior by creation of firewalls or partition walls within AI systems. We stress on the need of multi-factor authentication. Human-in-the-loop protocols cannot be understated to maintain control over AI decisions, especially in high-risk scenarios. I read a recent study of Georgia Tech Stanford, which found that all 5 studied off-the-shelf large language models, like ChatGPT, show difficult to predict escalation patterns. It was observed that models develop arms race dynamics leading to runaway conflicts. We call for open licensing of core AI algorithms to foster innovation and mandatory audits to ensure transparency and explainability. Establishment of dedicated, agile regulatory bodies with expertise in AI while also ensuring continued innovations. It's a very delicate balance between not stopping innovations and having very light touch regulation to make sure that the ethics of AI is addressed. In S20 communique in the previous year, we all agreed for developing a broad-based venue, a platform to bring together experts from government, international organizations, academia, industry, including startup and civil society from across the G20. The objective is to provide inputs to guidelines for responsible, just, equitable, safe, and sustainable use of emerging technologies. The second theme of bioeconomy for a sustainable planet. The first thing that we need to do here is to work out a standard definition for bioeconomy. Bioeconomy can facilitate the transition to a low carbon and resource efficient economy, focusing on biomass, fostering research and innovation, and promoting sustainable production and consumption. We need to advocate for significant research, development, and innovation in the agri-food system that can positively impact local economies, job creation, and the health of population and the environment. While considering creating bioeconomy, we need to value and further research local communities' traditional knowledge, which is tested through science, and practices that promote social inclusion and poverty eradication. One need to develop bioeconomy that would result in tangible economic gains without creating more waste. It must be made clear that bioeconomy has similar goals of creating a sustainable economic system. Number 3, a sub-theme, energy transition. The G20 member states are responsible for a large fraction of clean energy innovations. Enhanced coordination and collaboration between G20 member states will be key to shaping the transition of global energy systems for sustainable, inclusive, green, and just outcomes. We deliberated in S20 communique in India. Equity considerations have increasingly become important in energy transition scenarios. It is essential that energy transition is equitable and just for it to be sustainable and for it to indeed take place in the first place. In 23, we recommended that areas such as grid integration of renewable electricity, hydrogen produced from zero and low emission technologies, and its derivatives such as biofuels and e-fuels, and energy storage may be key to the clean energy transition. The G20 member states must enhance their R&D and deployment partnerships in these areas. Greater engagement of industry is, of course, vital. Number 4, health challenges, quality, equity, and access. One health for all is a huge task that would require developing and leveraging transformational technologies to acquire the necessary scale and speed. If we were to do back of the envelope calculations, universal health with a business as usual approach would take very many years. I don't want to say how many, but indeed a very, very long future. So we need transformational way of thinking about universal health. As recommended in 23 joint communique, the need is to promote One Health with a holistic scientific approach, which requires integrated view of all stakeholders, both public and private. While the current document is quite comprehensive, a focused approach on a few priority areas may be more fruitful. For example, data science and precision medicine in health and surveillance is an emerging area of research. An inter-academy effort will be important in developing greater understanding of health, technology interfaces, and impacts. Impact of climate change, food and water security on health, another area of global concern. All possible efforts are needed to prevent future pandemics. A broad perspective on health requires consideration of the natural and social environments. In that context, the role of traditional methods and practices, such as yoga, are best not ignored, especially those practices which are scientifically established, do not require extensive economic inputs, and can be widely practiced. Number 5, the social justice, promoting inclusion, ending poverty, and reducing inequalities. Now, actually, it's in the nature of technologies since the first industrial revolution to reduce diversity through technology. We need to look for technologies that enhance, that encourage diversity, and that's a very huge task. We need to develop transformative technology tools that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. A very good example is real-time, very good machine translation. So we all don't need to speak the same language, but we can all understand, be on the same page by speaking our own language. That's increasing diversity and, in fact, many different diverse thought patterns. By investing our science and technology towards sustainable agriculture, renewable energy, and accessible healthcare, we can address the challenge of poverty. Science is not merely about understanding the world, it's equally about changing it for the better. And this point has been emphasized by all the speakers so far. And I would like to appeal to all the academy that represent Science 20, that indeed science cannot be done in isolation, for example, with other G20 groups, and we should try to integrate as much as possible with those groups that carry out the action based on science. And indeed, if we can come up with a communique that would connect with policies, would connect with politicians, would connect with bureaucracy, and indeed all the stakeholders of science, that would take us very far about our goals. And the rise of digital cyber world has significant implications for employment, for skills, for social disparities and disruptions. These need to be understood holistically. Their possible negative impacts on ethics and social justice are to be understood and mitigated. Thank you very much. Again, very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's give the floor to Professor Stephanie Burton from Academy of Science of South Africa, which will be the next president of S20.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. Good morning and greetings to all of the honored colleagues from the S20 members and the observers and representatives of official bodies from all over the world. I am very honored to be here speaking on behalf of the Academy of Sciences of South Africa as the interim president. I also would like to, on behalf of our executive officer, greet you. Professor Himla Sudial is with me and her very strong team are supporting me. So let me start by congratulating our Brazilian colleagues on organizing this meeting, and thank you for bringing us all here. As you will remember, some of you, South Africa hosted the BRICS summit last year, and we hosted the science part of that in December 2023, and it is very good to see some of those colleagues back here at this meeting. We are also, of course, looking forward to hosting in 2025 when we take over, our country takes over the presidency, but I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. So for today, I wanted to just make a few comments about the theme of this meeting and its relevance to our situation, particularly South Africa and the southern part of Africa. Science for Global Transformation. The themes that have been chosen for this meeting are particularly relevant for us, and key to all of that is the fact that what it calls for almost universally is collaboration and cooperation between partners, that we can actually work together to develop and achieve some of those objectives. When you look at health, from our point of view, it is not only about equity and access, but also about quality healthcare and needing to take that holistic approach, which my colleague from India just spoke of. Inclusivity is absolutely key, and what we're trying to build is resilience and the human capacity to cope. That depends very much on communities, engaging with communities, and on local conditions, which are not the same all over the world. But we do then need multi-stakeholder partnerships to bring that equity and that capacity to build resilience across all of our different regions. In terms of social inclusion and sustainability, the priorities of ending poverty and reducing inequalities are absolutely critical. And as you have mentioned, some have mentioned, the inclusion of indigenous communities is critical, as is entrepreneurship, which will allow economic growth. And planning and provision to inform and support public services is equally critical in terms of that phrase that we all use, about no one left behind. The advent of artificial intelligence and technologies associated with it bring many questions around ethics, around social input and impact, about governance and knowledge sharing. Key for us is security and ethics, ethical approaches to that. And we need to use those particular concerns and use them as opportunities. We need to develop governance guidelines, we need to develop public capacity, we need to develop those in the context of health and education. And of course, relevant in many of the developing countries is the issue of language and how we manage to bring the benefits and the opportunities of artificial intelligence in an ethical way to bring positive impact to, for example, education and governance. I want to say a word about Southern Africa in that context. We tend to think, and you are correct in some of the comments that has been made, and particularly the Honourable Minister made, about the fact that in many parts of the global south, and in particular Southern Africa, there is a shortage of technology, there is a need for more development. But I do want to say that Africans are highly entrepreneurial. You only have to visit some of the African developing countries to see just how entrepreneurial people are. We are ready. African people are digitally aware, and they are ready to take on those technologies, but they are not equipped. And that is what we need to be building on. We need the infrastructure and the connectivity to allow us to take full advantage of some of those opportunities that are provided by new technologies. That does not, of course, cover the questions around cybersecurity, management of data, and awareness of personal information. For South Africa, the bioeconomy is also a key theme. And I know that the G20 countries are working through many different channels, including the Brazilian government, on what is a bioeconomy and what does it mean for developing nations. The basic obvious themes of agriculture, food security, climate change, health, manufacturing will all build towards development, economic development, and enhance the commercialization of these processes. I think we have a long way to go, and I'm delighted that that is one of the themes of this meeting. And then just to say, energy transitions and development towards a sustainable planet is also a human issue. Equitable access to energy is not to be taken for granted. Although we aim for low carbon renewable systems, it needs to be an achievable goal for everyone. And in South Africa, Southern Africa, infrastructure is as important as the principles involved in how one develops sustainability around energy. So we have put all of that together in our National Academy as a theme of a polycrisis, which I heard others mention, and I'm pleased to hear that that concept is taking some attention. I just want to make one or two other comments in response to comments that have already been made today. In terms of finances, we heard from the opening talk on finance track about the importance of innovation and a globalization approach to how civil society might develop global approaches and reforms of international financial institutions. We look forward to contributing to that in terms of the scientific community being able to make scientific contributions to how we develop our economic systems. In terms of the social work, the social track, well, of course, new technologies are going to be really important there, but the complexity of how we promote innovation and bring all these tracks together to have increased social participation. Again, it is a complex situation, and bringing those working groups together under an umbrella such as this one is going to be critical. Aligning our focus is also going to be important. We will, as one of our earlier colleagues said, need to be concise about the recommendations that we make. The Honourable Minister also spoke about something which I think overarches all of these comments, and that is the global asymmetries and inequalities that we deal with. And as we bring this meeting together, that rings very true, I think, for all of our regions. So new reforms, new trade rules, new systems which are global and equitable will be, of course, very welcome. Open and fair innovation and responsible development across all of our nations and through the G20 as well as this S20 meeting is a message which I think we will need to remember and allow to have impact. And the impact we need to have needs to be on our policymakers. So finally, let me just say what we have coming up, of course, during the course of this year. We look forward to contributing as the Academy of Sciences of South Africa and as representatives of our national academic community. We also look forward to hearing the outcomes of the G20 summit and the social summit. And we also look forward very much to, in 2025, hosting this meeting in our country. More of that when we come to the end of our two-day meeting here, and we look forward very much to hearing your views, and we will seek to take forward those views as we go forward next year. I wish everybody a good meeting here, and I look forward to interacting with everybody who is here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Burton. Having had the opportunity of hearing the remarks from the Troika, now let's hear the considerations from the other academies. I invite the National Academy of Exact, Physical, and Natural Science from Argentina.
Good morning, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to have the presentation there, if possible. I will take the opportunity to say, while they look for the presentation, that our academy is accomplishing the first 150 years this month, and these 150 years of our Academy of Science indicates a very long way to support the science in Argentina. Next one, please. Oh, thank you. Following our commitments in the S20 in India, we were working in the energy transition processes. And this is one of the focus of our presentation here. We have chosen the hydrogen as a fuel and energy that can produce remarkable changes in the CO2 emissions in a very short time. The production of this blue hydrogen will bring upon a new industry that will involve a lot of skillness in several things, as for example, into storage in the underground hydrogen. Our academy was working with the Argentinian government and scientific institution to promote the collaboration between universities and the industry in a fully aligned interest. Argentina is developing a giant gas accumulation in the Vaca Muerta Play. This situation brings a unique opportunity for developing a sustainable clean energy source that will transition from natural gas to blue hydrogen. The gas reserves in Vaca Muerta are very, very important. And we would like to use this as a proxy for a cleaner energy transition project. In this energy transition process, the development of these giant deposits is really incredible. It has 300 TCF. TCF are trillions of cubic feet. It's a huge amount of gas of prospective resources in a proven area of 30,000 square kilometers. Vaca Muerta has a continuous thickness of almost 400 meters with a high content of exceptional organic matter with an average total organic content of 5% and values over 30%. Vaca Muerta is the second world reserve of unconventional gas, only surpassed by China. We want to use this huge volume of gas as a proposal for produce blue hydrogen in Argentina. Oh, sorry. This is. In this energy transition process, to produce this blue hydrogen, to generate low CO2 emissions, we are going to use this natural gas. And we have been working in this process together with the industry in the past years, and we produced that document that outlined the progress we have in the research of this process. I would like to have or to offer these studies as a collaboration model for a greener future for all the countries. Besides that, we have another path to clean energy, which is the lithium. And we think that this energy transition could be really based on the amount of lithium we got in our country. Argentina is part of this triangle of lithium, which have almost 80% of the world reserve of lithium of the world. And Argentina is having the second extent of reserve, of the world reserve in the world. And together with Bolivia and Argentina, we are in a very active process of production of that lithium. Argentina now is the fourth producer of lithium. However, much of this research that the scientific community was carrying out on the transformation of gas into blue hydrogen and on the exploitation of lithium under sustainable environmental conditions is presently at high risk. And the high risk is because we got a government who does not believe in clean energy, who does not believe in climatic change, who does not believe in basic science, does not believe in public education. Because of that, the current government has imposed strong budget restrictions on scientific institutions and universities. The new government ordered layoffs, reduction of doctoral scholarships, adjustment in the funding of projects of our National Science Foundation, and total uncertainty in the university budget. The funding science and the university is suicide for the future of the country. And I want to take the opportunity also to mention that we have alerted that in October 2023 in a note in Nature. And in that note, we were saying that with the front-runner candidate we had at that time, the science in Argentina is under threat. And we were right, because the front-runner won the election, and because of that, we are having a very serious problem in developing science and public education in Argentina. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank the National Academy of Brazil, the Academia Brasileira de Ciências, because they produced a month ago a very strong statement supporting the fight of what we're trying to do to change that situation with the present government. And I would like just to mention the last part of the statement of the Academia Brasileira de Ciências. They said, without science, there is no economic, social, and sustainable development. And I'm very sorry that Elena is not with us, because I want to personally express my gratitude for that statement. And only a couple of days ago, we have a letter from the 16 Nobel Prizes that support the science and education in Argentina. And they sent a very strong letter to the government, and I just to read the last part of the letter. They said, this will cause the destruction of a system that took many years to build, and that will take many, many more to rebuild. And I just want to end saying that we hope that the G20 becomes aware of the situation of science and public education in Argentina. And we appreciate your attention in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Victor Ramos. Now I give the word to the Australian Academy of Science, Professor Singh.
Thank you. Actually, is it working? Yeah. Thank you. It's a real honor to be present here representing the Australian Academy of Sciences, along with my colleague, Ms. Liz Allen. Australia is very pleased to contribute to this year's S20 meetings, and I'm delighted to be here and reconnect with colleagues I had the pleasure of meeting in India last year. So first of all, I'd like to begin by doing an acknowledgement of country, which is customary in Australia at the start of gatherings. I recognize the Tupi Namba people, the first peoples of this place that we meet on, and recognize their care and connection to land, waters, and creatures found here. I further acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, that is the traditional custodians of my home in Canberra, Australia. I do this acknowledgement out of respect to the country's first scientists whose knowledge formed over the millennia and is critical when it comes to many of the topics we will discuss here. It's now been over a decade since Sustainable Development Goals were born at the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development here in Rio de Janeiro. With 2030 fast approaching, we need urgent realignment of priorities and resources and transformative action within our science systems. In the coming weeks, the Australian Academy of Science will announce Science 2035, a long-term vision for science in Australia that will establish principles and capabilities required to address global challenges, achieve our national ambitions. As articulated in the International Science Council's Flipping the Science Model, Science 2035 will focus on how rather than what meaning we will dive deeply into Australia's national capability in the science across the entire system, including industry, government, scientific institutions, and universities. We will probe into the role of education and skills in the supply of future talent, outline how the field of science needs to change or evolve to meet our challenges, and identify infrastructure that is needed for top-level scientific research. A few weeks ago, experts at the Supercomputing Asia 2024 examined X-scale readiness in AI, high-performing computing and data, or HPCD, and quantum computing in the region. The challenges facing Australia, our region, and the world are increasingly complex for Australia. This includes an aging population and a rising demand for health, care, and support services, as well as climate change and net zero transformation. Challenges that require more computational power to solve, and these challenges will require more computational power to solve. Increasing investment in HPCD systems is driven not only by the need to get X-scale, but also developments in AI. Computing infrastructure is a critical enabler for the development and adoption of AI tools to accelerate scientific discovery and enable science to meet national, regional, and global priorities in the future. In 2023, Australia signed the Bletchley Declaration, affirming that AI should be designed, developed, and deployed in a human-centric, responsible, and trustworthy manner. In support of responsible innovation, the Australian government has produced a framework of 8 ethics principles to ensure AI is safe, secure, and reliable. And earlier this year, it identified a range of legal, regulatory, and government measures that are needed to create this enabling environment. At a regional International Science Council meeting in Malaysia last year, members deliberated on how countries in our region were preparing their national science ecosystems for AI. There was a focus on education, including the need to uplift the global talent pool by increasing AI skills and literacy, and integrating AI knowledge to advance student skills to match industrial needs. I now turn to the bioeconomy topic. As highlighted in the preliminary document, we are reaching the point of no return in relation to climate crisis. A nature-positive world must be prioritized. This means significantly scaling back negative impacts by tackling land clearing, invasive species, and climate change, while investing in positive impacts such as the global economy model and that preserves and protects natural resources, adopts appropriate technologies, and respects local communities. The scale of the challenge and hurdles we must overcome are mammoth. Therefore, knowledge sharing and collaboration across the G20 governments, policymakers, scientists, and social scientists is critical to expedite this action. Future Earth Australia's Just Adaptation Strategy is a strategy designed to disrupt current adaptation thinking, which focuses on technological approaches to one that encompasses social and political behavioral change strategies. In short, it enhances the adaptive capacities of people, places, and ecosystems in all of their diversity. Next week, the Academy, Australian Academy, will hold its national symposium on the topic of food futures nourishing a nation. The symposium will delve into critical question of future food supplies and how they will shape our future world. Amidst the knowledge, worldwide challenge of disrupted supply chains, it will also ask how we can strike a balance between production of healthier foods with lower environmental impact without compromising the profitability of the agriculture and food sectors. Interestingly, my own work at the Australia's National Science Agency is improving on the development of new foods and industrial feedstocks that can be sourced from broadacre crops. In 2018, I pioneered the successful genetic modification of the oilseed crop canola, so that this oil can produce large amounts of omega-3 oils that are essential for human health. The omega-3 oil from this crop can replace fish oil inputs required for aquaculture and can also be used as omega-3 supplements for foods. We are also working to develop biofuel crops that are capable of providing feedstock for green biodiesel and sustainable aviation fuel. And we are also involved in developing precision fermentation as a means for producing protein and oils. This approach also contributes to the reduction of carbon footprint within the food production systems. So this is just a taste of the type of research and innovation that is critical for global transition from industrial development model sustained by non-renewable sources to a more sustainable model articulated within the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, just a couple of comments on the last two topics. We know that health and well-being are intricately connected to the state of the environment. For Australia's Indigenous peoples, this connection to country is largely shaped by an integrated system of thinking, being and knowing. Bush medicine is the ancient and traditional Aboriginal use of native Australian botanicals for physical and spiritual healing. It is part of a holistic approach to healing and wellness that has been practiced by the Aboriginal people for thousands of years. It's a perspective that represents a fundamental lesson for non-Indigenous communities when examining our relationships to environment and impacts on health. To achieve equality and equity, access in health, we must bridge the gaps and build resilient, adaptive health systems for better responding to crisis, while guaranteeing people are put at the center. We need to move from a focus on strictly technical elements to encompassing social, political, and behavioral strategies and systems change. We need to break down the artificial barrier between natural sciences and the social sciences and humanities. We need to learn from and integrate the ancestral and current practices and knowledges of all of our people. The Australian Academy leads the International Science Council regional focal point for Australia and the Pacific. Its mission is to ensure that the unique needs and priorities of the region are integrated into global scientific dialogue. It serves as a platform to coordinate and elevate our region's active participation in global scientific endeavors, addressing regional challenges through collaborative, transdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary approaches. In October last year, 60 Pacific scholars from the Pacific Islands nations overwhelmingly agreed to establish a Pacific Academy of Science and Humanities. This body will be a mechanism of Pacific scholars to bring together diverse knowledge to inform regional and international decision-making centered by the Pacific way of doing things. So in summary, the challenges we face during these post-normal times cannot be resolved cannot be resolved with existing tools and practices. They demand new modes of thinking and new ways of doing things. One example is the International Science Council's Sustainability Missions model as a way of bringing together the best of global science to work with policymakers, the private sector, and civil society actors to deliver jointly on the co-designed missions. The Australian Academy of Science celebrates its 70th anniversary this year, and the words of its first president, renowned physicist Sir Mark Oliphant, are just as relevant now as they were in 1954, and it's shown there on the slide. So, in conclusion, I thank you for the opportunity to share our perspectives. Australia looks forward to contributing for the upcoming task force discussions, and we congratulate Professor Nader and the Brazilian Academy of Science for your warm and capable coordination of these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Singh. Now I would like to invite the director, Darren Gilmore, to make his considerations on behalf of the Royal Society of Canada. Please.
Good morning. Hello. Hola. Bon dia. Bon matin. And thank you very much. C'est un immense plaisir d'avoir l'opportunité de nous réunir ensemble à titre d'académie sous l'égide de l'Academia Brasileira de Ciências. My name is Darren Gilmore, and I am the Executive Director of the Royal Society of Canada. On behalf of RSC President Alain G. Gagnon, International Secretary Dr. R. Paul Young, the RSC Board of Directors and Council, I bring warm greetings on behalf of the 2,594 Fellows of the RSC, the 397 members of the RSC College, and our 62 institutional members. I also bring a heightened sense of enthusiasm and expectation for the work that together we will accomplish this year. I'd like to thank the ABC for your excellent organization of this meeting. Marcos, Gabriela, Deborah, Kiuma, and so many others on this excellent team. Thank you for your hospitality and for your forward thinking in convening colleagues of the S20 at an early occasion during the G20 presidency of Brazil to advance science for global transformation. Being in Rio has been and continues to be a wonderful opportunity to renew important relationships and to make new friends and connections at a time when working together across boundaries is more essential than ever. In congratulating l'Academia Brasileira de Ciências on the scope of your ambitions as president of the S20 in 2024, I'd also like to congratulate the entirety of the academies of the S20 who, since the initial S20 process in 2017, have continued to strengthen a collective commitment to approaching global challenges by embracing the breadth and depth of scholarly pursuit. Once again this year, RSC International Secretary R. Paul Young is overseeing the engagement process with the S20 on behalf of the Canadian scholarly community, and my brief comments today summarize the perspectives on the identified themes from experts in the natural and applied sciences, as well as the social sciences and the humanities. We look forward to continuing this important work as the task forces proceed with drafting. In processes such as these, the objective is to strike a balance between addressing large, complex challenges while also identifying specific and achievable areas of policy intervention to recommend to the G20 leadership. Ultimately, we hope that the declarations, once drafted, will be distinct, brief, perhaps no more than 2 pages each, with actionable recommendations scoped toward optimizing their potential for adoption. In this spirit, the RSC has 3 reflections of a general nature for our collective consideration, as well as suggestions on substantive matters within the framing document. Our first suggestion is in keeping with the position of academies as institutions that operate from a stance of neutral inquiry. Our team of reviewers indicated that the title of the social justice section, as well as the opening sentences of the section on bioeconomy, might be modified without losing their persuasiveness. I will return to this in a few moments. Our second and third comments relate to the notion of mutuality. For example, there is mutuality and indeed perhaps some overlap between the section on bioeconomy and the section on energy transition. We think it may be possible to merge these areas of focus under a single rubric such as transition to sustainability, which would include, for example, opportunities in renewable energy, as well as the economic and social changes required to achieve sustainability. Our third general comment is in keeping with the second. Might it be worthwhile to exploit the mutuality between challenges in AI and challenges in health? While it seems optimal to retain these as separate themes, it may be worthwhile to cite healthcare challenges and opportunities in the space of artificial intelligence. I'd now like to supplement these conceptual suggestions with suggestions for the areas of focus. In the artificial intelligence section, we think it is important to foreground the importance of open access, open science, open AI datasets, and open AI engines. As AIs are built from our collective data, they need to be controlled according to regulations requiring open development, open access to the data, and open access to the trained products. In the bioeconomy section, as I alluded to a few moments ago, we would recommend a reconsideration of the opening few sentences, which may be interpreted as activist in tone. We would also note that bioeconomy can indeed be sustainable if sustainability is its goal. In the energy transition section, emphasis has been placed on vested interests in the fossil fuel industry as an impediment to accelerated progress. We would suggest that legitimacy challenges are not the exclusive property of the private sector. There are important questions of opposition and resistance from regional and local governments where energy is the main economic base, for example, as well as from members of local communities who have embraced non-renewable energy extraction for employment reasons. In the health challenges section, we would highlight that gender inequality is a very important aspect of health inequalities, and that there are other inequalities that require emphasis. In Canada, the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how socioeconomic inequality, reinforced by cultural and ethno-racial contexts, produced differential outcomes. Interestingly, the section on mental health does indicate that mental health issues impact lower socioeconomic groups more. But this is equally true for physical health, even in countries like Canada, where there is generally universal access to healthcare. Lastly, in the section on social justice, we would recommend reconsidering the title, Social Justice, to capture our engagement in this space as academies. We would recommend a rubric such as Tackling Disparities, and as such, position the document to shed further light rather than heat on a pressing societal challenge. In closing, I would like to transmit our congratulations to La Academia Brasileira de Ciencias for your outstanding organization of these preparatory documents, for their accurate and important insights, and for your collegial engagement early in this annual process. Our commitment to the S20 president and to our colleagues here today is to contribute productively to the development of this year's S20 process here in Rio, throughout the S20 presidency of La Academia, and also within Canada, in order to ensure that our leaders can continue to rely on national academies as a reliable source of independence and trust. I look forward to working with colleagues from around the world in hopes of helping build a better future for us all. Thank you very much. Obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. We are behind on time, so let's make a very quick pause for stretching the legs, 5 minutes, and then we come back. Thank you very much. Let's return, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Please. Let's return, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please. At this moment, we are going to have our first keynote lecture. Please. Please, let's return. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you to get back to your seats. We have a long working day. We will soon have a break for lunch. We will have a delightful dinner with another musical presentation. So I see that most of the delegates are already sitting. So allow me to address to the Brazilian participants. Eu peço aos convidados brasileiros que, por gentileza, retornem aos seus lugares para que possamos continuar com a reunião. A gente está com uma agenda pesada, a gente já está com algum atraso, e eu, de forma delicada, peço a colaboração de todos para que possamos continuar com a reunião.
Thank you very much, Marcos. At this moment, I invite Professor Patricia Bouza, board member of the Brazilian Academy of Science, to introduce our keynote lecture. Please, Patricia.
Good morning, dear representative members from the S20, authorities, observers, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure to be receiving you all here for productive discussions and contributions to the documents that we have ahead. We look forward for very productive discussions, and I have the pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker, keynote speaker of the section. As coordinator, as part of the team of coordination of the S20 Task Force 4, Health Challenges, Quality, Equity, and Access, I have the pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Márcia Caldas de Castro. Dr. Márcia will give us the talk on demography and health challenges in the G20. Dr. Márcia is the Andalot Professor of Demography, Chair of the Department of Global Health and Population at the Harvard School of Public Health, and Director of the Brazil Studies Program of the David Rockefeller Center for Latin America Studies. Dr. Márcia is a full member of the Brazilian Academy of Science. She earned her bachelor degree from the State University of Rio de Janeiro and has a PhD on demography from Princeton University. Márcia has worked with us on discussing the present document, and her research focus is on the development and use of multidisciplinary approach to identify determinants of infectious disease transmission in different ecological settings, and she has made very important contributions both during the public health emergencies, as well as has important ongoing studies on infant and child mortality and development and climate change in the Brazilian Amazon. So Márcia will discuss with us demography and health challenges in the G20. Please, Márcia, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Patricia, and above all, thanks to ABC for inviting me for this keynote to talk about demography and health. So the plan is to go over the three main components of demography, the only ways through which a population can change. I'll talk a little bit about fertility in the context of the G20 and its connection to population aging. I'll talk about mortality, particularly focusing on some specific cause of death and the pattern of mortality by cause of death in those countries, and then a little bit about mobility within and between countries. I'll take this entire context and put this in the frame of challenges for health, but whenever I talk about challenges, I think it's also important to talk about opportunities, which is what we should be discussing here. So starting with fertility, here we have the 19 countries, and we look at the total fertility rate starting in 1950 and then 2021. What we can see is that back in 1950, the vast majority of countries were above replacement, so the potential for the growth of the population was there. By 2021, the vast majority of countries are below replacement level. Some of them are still growing because of the age structure, but they are below replacement level. So over the years, we expect the population to start shrinking. And in the red line, what you see is the average annual growth between these periods, 1950 and 2021. And we can see that some countries made huge steps in reducing fertility. That's the case of China and Korea. And if we look at the consequences of this, this is the percentage of the population that is above 65 years of age. And we can see for each one of the countries, the red dot is 1950, the blue dot is 2021. We can see the huge aging of the population. Japan is about 30% of the population is above 65. So this has major challenges for health. NCDs is just one of them, but I'll go over into detail in a minute. That's the life expectancy at birth. We have a huge discussion on to what extent countries are converging towards a life expectancy of the countries that have higher income. That's a huge discussion both in demography and in public health. In 2013, we had a Lancet Commission discussing to what extent we can better invest in health to promote this convergence. We can see the trajectories of the 19 countries. There are some convergence, but there's also some divergence. And some of the gains in life expectancy have been slow compared to others when we look at the G20. Here, we can see the effect of COVID-19. Of all those countries here, it represented a decline in life expectancy at birth. The only exception here is Australia. It's the only country among those 19 that didn't have a decline in 20 and 21. So one way to look at this is what we call, let's compare to the frontier. Frontier is the country that has the highest life expectancy. Of those, in 1950, the highest was in Australia. And the blue bar is the gap between each country and the life expectancy in Australia. The red bar is the gap between Japan, that has the highest life expectancy in 19, and then what is the gap? So 2 messages here. There are major convergence, so the gap is being reduced, but we see some problems that for some countries, Canada, Germany, the UK, and the US, instead of convergence, we see a divergence. So the gap from the frontier is actually bigger in 2019 and 1950. And I'm looking at 19, so this is before COVID. All right, that's one of the most important things is when we look by causes of death. So we have all these theories of demographic transition, but also epidemiological transition. So as the population ages, we expect that we're going to have more deaths due to cardiovascular disease, to the non-communicable diseases instead of communicable diseases. So here there are a few take-home messages. One is the world is making very slow progress in reducing mortality due to cancers, neoplasms. We have a lot of decline in what is here, CMPN, is communicable maternal, perinatal, and nutritional conditions. However, there is sort of a setback in some countries that had made declines before and are having communicable diseases again. Note, this is 19, so again, this is before COVID. This increase is not because of the pandemic. About 2/3 of the countries had declines in cardiovascular, but particularly the countries that are more middle income are still struggling to make declines in cardiovascular diseases. So all of this transition between the causes of death are going to be really important in to what extent countries make this convergence towards higher life expectancy. Now, that's a huge problem, again, in terms of mortality, when we look at maternal mortality. And here what I did is I took data from 1985, that's the blue bar. No question that every single country made progress when we look at 19, and then 2020 is already with the effects of COVID. Despite the gains, let's remember that when we had the Millennium Development Goals, most of the countries did not achieve the target. And now we have the SDGs, and especially after the pandemic, a lot of countries are not on making progress to achieve the target. A few things to notice for probably the vast majority of countries, maternal mortality got worse with the pandemic. Latin America was one of the regions mostly affected in terms of maternal mortality, had the highest mortality rates due to COVID among pregnant and puerperal women during the pandemic. This is reflected in here. And again, I want to highlight 3 countries here, US, UK, and Canada, that the maternal mortality ratio was even worse than it was in 1985. So again, we have progress in many areas, but we also have some challenges that need to be addressed. Now, this is a big problem. And here, this is data that was just released last week. This is a measure that looks at the double burden of underweight and overweight. So it's the nutritional problem, the 2 coins of the nutritional problem. On the left, you have data for 1990. The bars, the blue bars are for males, the red bars are for females, and each one of those bars, look at the axis on this side, on your left side, that's the percentage of the population suffering the double burden of underweight and obesity. So if we look at 1990, the burden was very high in India, for example, but the dotted line tells you what percentage of this burden is because of obesity. So you can see in India, the percentage was very small. Most of this burden was because of underweight. But if you look at other countries, and now look at the right axis, for a lot of countries, it was about 80% or so was already because of obesity. This is 1990. This is 2022. It's the same scale. So not only the burden is getting worse, but the fraction of the burden driven by obesity is also getting worse, okay? So this is something I'll go back to in a moment, because if we don't plan ahead, this is gonna hit us, and hit us really bad, because there is no public system or private insurance that can pay the costs of the consequences of this situation. This is adults. Children, the story is not much different, unfortunately. So on the left again, we have 1990, the double burden of underweight and obesity in children. The lines are the same, the percentage that is because of overweight. And we can see already for some countries, like the US, the percentage for children of the double burden, it's about 90% was because of obesity. Again, this is 2022. It gets worse, also among children. So it gets worse in terms of the double burden, and the percentage of the burden due to obesity also goes up. Okay, so again, I'll go back to this in a moment. A word on migration. The reason migration is important is many different ones. One, because of the volume of migrants in the G20 countries. About 64% of all the international migrants are in those countries. But also because whenever people move, whatever pathogens they carry move with them, and they can also go to an area and get exposed to pathogens they were never exposed before. On top of this, some of this movement is involuntary. And we're talking about the internal displaced people and refugees. Not only it's involuntary, but usually they are living in conditions that make them more vulnerable to a series of diseases. So undernutrition, infectious diseases, and so on. We also have the internal migration, not international, internal migration in countries that can also lead to challenges. And during COVID, we saw in many different countries a different pattern of the internal migration. To what extent this is going to continue, time will tell. We don't know yet. All right, so when we put all of this together, all this demographic pattern together, in terms of aging, and again, aging is a process that for many countries, we can look at the indicators. We knew it was coming. So we have time to plan in terms of health responses. There's all the issues related to NCDs, and if we don't have a good prevention or a good plan for a healthy aging, those tend to be long-term. They demand a lot from the healthcare system. All the issues related to dementia, frailty, and likelihood of injuries, and the fact that many of the countries in the G20 don't have the institutionals that really promote something, I should say, humane for the elderly to live if they have those conditions. Mental health is a big issue, not just for aging, but for the entire population, and it's still an untapped demand for care. Loneliness, we have fewer and they don't have access to public care. More broadly, we're still dealing with this issue of a convergence of life expectancy that is directly connected with mortality by causes of death. We still have a huge percentage of the mortality that can be avoidable, meaning it's a premature mortality. Those are specific causes of death under the age of 60 that we could prevent with measures from the healthcare system. Another important thing is what happens in a country does not necessarily stay in the country, and we have cross-border externalities. Those can be related to migration, those can be related to contamination of water, and we saw recently fires from one country going to another country and having consequences for the population. The migration can have another consequence that some countries are facing, which is the shortage of workforce, if the country is losing trained personnel to another country. We also have this issue of the global spread of NCD risk factors, and I'm talking about smoking, lack of physical activity, the style of life, eating multi-processed foods, which is a horrible thing, and I'll go back to that in a minute. But more and more, those become common, and they have serious consequences in terms of health. Needless to say, climate change, this was mentioned before the break, and there are many different consequences here. It affects the entire lifespan. It affects pregnancy, it affects child development, it affects cognitive development, affects the adults, the elderly, in terms of heat waves or the ability of the elderly to move fast if you have a climate emergency. So the consequences are many here. We're still dealing with some of the consequences of COVID. We have long COVID and we have many other things. The horrible indicators of maternal mortality to some extent are still something that is coming from the pandemic. And needless to say, we have a lot of disinformation that does not help at many different levels, and especially for some countries, this was a big problem during the pandemic. So those are challenges, but again, there are many opportunities. So I'd like to spend some time on those. Starting with this diagram that focuses on NCDs and injuries. And if you look in the left, a lot of those risk factors are modifiable. If they're modifiable, they can be targeted with policy. And if we take too long to target with policy, the consequences are on the right. So a lot of those NCDs, a lot of those injuries, obesity is right there in the middle, we can address with policies that target those modifiable risk factors. So one thing that is important is to be able to do this, we need intersectoral collaboration. And when I mention intersectoral collaboration, it means different sectors of the government, but it means different actors that play a role in policy making, including communities, okay? And including academies of science as well. So one thing is if we think about unhealthy diets, and unhealthy diets here, if they're unhealthy, they affect both of the burden that I mentioned before, the underweight and the obesity. One thing that a lot of countries are using now is to tax multi-processed foods. More and more countries are adopting this. We'll see to what extent that works, but it's called one public health intervention, so using taxing as a public health intervention. It was done as well with smoking, it's still done. And I wanna show you one thing is last year, Rio de Janeiro, this city where you are, passed a legislation that schools that are run by the municipality cannot serve multi-processed food. This is a big deal. And they managed to pass this in the lower house in the city. And I think it's gonna be expanded to the states as well. The other thing is health education. I'm sure you know that Brazil is going through a major epidemic of dengue, the worst we've ever had. And now there are conversations about bringing the educational sector and start working with kids, sensitizing kids about the importance of doing the vector control and being careful with your surroundings. Now, I honestly think we should do this from basic education. And there are many things that can go in here that affect how you eat, that actually also affects how you treat other people, respecting women, for example. I think that should be there as well. So there's a lot that can be done, and the reason I say this is because I firmly believe that children are one of the most important agents of change. And if we're just gonna try to target this when you are already an adult, that's already late. The other thing, another sector, is urban planning and infrastructure. So if we have an urban growth that is much faster than the planning that is done in those cities, we create pockets in the city that have really vulnerable conditions, that will have places where you cannot do waste collection, people that don't have access to water. Those are gonna be phenomenal breeding grounds for mosquitoes, for example. So we're trying to resolve the dengue issue But if we don't address one of the root causes of the problem, which is the lack of infrastructure, that's going to be very hard to resolve this. Dengue is just one example, but we could mention others. In terms of adaptation strategies, now talking about climate, I think I put this in the next slide as well, but there is a report that was released by the United Nations last year showing that when you look at the international financing for adaptation strategies, and rich countries are the ones mostly putting resources on that, we only have resources that is about 5 to 10% of the demand that we have. So we're way behind in preparing countries to adapt to what is already happening. That's climate change is a long-term process, but we're already seeing the consequences. And the other thing is collaborations with the environment are absolutely critical. This was also mentioned before, I believe, by the representative from Canada. Issues of deforestation that is directly related to many different infectious diseases, but also to the health of indigenous communities. Fires, which can be associated with deforestation or not. The contamination of water, which is where a lot of those communities not only get water, but get the food, like the fish that they're going to eat. Some of those are contaminated with pesticides, with mercury because of gold. And above all, we need to remove subsidies on fossil fuel production. And here, coal, the use of coal is one of the highest priorities. So not only we need intersectoral collaboration, but we need international collaboration. Here there are different things. So one is to manage those cross-border issues that I mentioned before, supplying public goods, doing research together, transferring technology, transferring best practices, the issue of the adaptation strategies. AI for NCD control is something that is really being discussed as long as we have data to be able to analyze. And all of this discussion on the international collaboration dialogues with this diagram that was proposed a few years ago, where we have a set of core actions that address every single country. So those are surveillance, those are collaboration on research, but we also have some that are what we call supportive actions that only address a small number of countries. And one example is when we have a particular situation like violation of human rights, and that is a justification for international action. Now, I leave the best for the last, at least from my point of view, which is primary care. And here is one idea on how countries can follow a pathway to achieve universal health coverage of interventions that would be available to the population. There are 3 dimensions to optimize here: the percentage of the population covered, the percentage that is paid by the public system, whatever is left, you pay out of the pocket, and then the percentage of interventions covered. The goal here is to have a comprehensive set of interventions that everyone has access, paying nothing or close to zero, so minimize out-of-pocket. That's the goal for universal health coverage. You don't need to cover everybody, you don't need to do everything, but you are covering the essential that contributes to better health care. And the backbone of universal coverage is primary care. And here, what I want to reflect on is the idea of primary care as a way to also contribute to the resilience of health systems. Health systems that are resilient are much better prepared to respond to shocks. The pandemic is a shock, but an economic crisis is also a shock. The first thing we have to think about is data. If you don't have data, you cannot react. If you don't measure, you don't do anything about it. And here, collecting data in a digital way that you can link different pieces of data that you collect, and immediately you can translate that information into action to improve health. That means you're doing surveillance well. The way to do surveillance is you can catch things as they come and you can respond fast. The other thing about primary care means you are proactive. You're not just responding to emergencies. And if you're proactive, you can minimize a lot of the problems that I mentioned before. You can do real prevention, and then contribute, for example, for a healthy aging. You can address the issue of obesity if you plan ahead. I showed you the data, at least for some countries, we knew that these numbers are increasing over the years. We should be doing something starting yesterday. Not even today, starting yesterday. But that needs long-term planning. And the other thing is primary care benefits the entire lifespan. It benefits children, adults, the elderly, and above all, it contributes to build up the human capital of a country, and therefore it has a direct impact on economic growth, as you can see on the diagram on the right. The most important thing about the importance of primary care, it's the way that the health system can do actions with an equity lens. And that's absolutely critical in here. The countries in G20 have inequalities. Brazil is probably the champion among the countries, unfortunately. But if we don't do primary care, if you don't deliver primary care with equity lens, then we are doing public health completely detached from human rights. So, in thinking what is the G20, in thinking why we have all those meetings, I just want to close kind of summarizing that, yes, we have many challenges. There are probably even more we could have listed. But I think we have many tools. And yes, new technology is coming, but the challenge is how can we do better with the tools we have now without waiting for the new technology? And I firmly believe we can do much better. Whatever we do, the actions must be collaborative between sectors, but between countries. And above all, political will is going to be crucial. And with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcia. It was very thoughtful and instigative presentation. Marcia will be here for the entire meeting to the discussion that will come after this presentation and during the 2 days that we build on the discussions on how to collaborate and to work towards a more equitative and inclusive health system for all. So in the interest of time, we'll move on for the next section. Thank you. Thank you, Marcia.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Professor Marcia Castro. Let's move on, and we will turn to China, Chinese Academy of Science, to hear the considerations to be taught by Professor Yudan Kiao. Please.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Actually, due to some visa issue, Professor Xiao couldn't come. So he asked me to give this presentation to introduce the considerations from Chinese scientists with you all. I'm Dongyao Wang from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Next slide, please. First of all, we think the theme and topics raised in the S20 preliminary document reflect the key scientific and technological issues in the current global context. Many thanks to the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for the hard work to prepare the document. My academy would like to carry out active exchange and discussion with all parts of S20 and contribute to our experience. Through the joint efforts of the S20 academies, we believe the communique will clarify the facts and the principles and help in providing valuable evidence-based suggestions to the G20 governments later. In the following slides, I will introduce the progress in China and share our comments. Okay, first about the AI part. In November 2022, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China released the position paper of China on strengthening ethical governance of AI, which puts forward the positions about AI technology supervision, research and development, use, and international cooperation. So after studying the document, we think for the scientific community, the development of AI provides new opportunities for advancing scientific research and organizational models. AI is evolving into a new scientific research paradigm. As we all know, AI R&D requires a close cooperation among government, industry, scientific community, and public. We think the open science and open access in AI field are the important way to guarantee the benefit, security, equality of all parties, and to ensure the sustainable development of AI research. At the same time, the development of AI presents complexity in the South. For example, it brings risk in STI inequality and information security issues. But it also brings potential to drive the progress of STI. Therefore, to achieve common development and safeguard the common benefit of humankind, we think the South and the North countries should strengthen communication and cooperation in AI. About the bioeconomy part, actually we just share some progress in China. In 2022, China released its first 5-year plan for bioeconomy, which highlights 4 major fields: biomedicine, bioagriculture, biomanufacturing, and biosecurity, and 3 empowering pathways and 2 stage goals. And in this paper, it also tried to identify the concept of bioeconomy, a new economic form driven by the development and progress of life science and biotechnology, based on the protection, development of and utilization of biological resources, and characterized by the extensive and deep integration of medicine, health, agriculture, energy, environmental protection, and other industries. Thirdly, about the energy transition process part. From our experience, we suggest that we may involve more types of renewable energy, like wind energy, hydropower, and nuclear energy, and so on, as these are the major parts of the renewable energy sector nowadays. And at the same time, we think the fine, efficient, and clean utilization of traditional fossil resources can also be an important way to deal with energy security, accessibility, and transformation fairness. Some of our institutes are working on this area and has achieved some great progress. We would like to share the experience if we need. Okay, we also suggest that the impact and the challenge of renewable energy to the existing energy supply and demand systems of various countries should also be considered. Due to the uniqueness of renewable energy technologies and the different situation of energy markets in various countries, in the last, we also think the joint efforts of government, industry, scientific community, and the public are also very important for promoting energy transition process. About the health challenges part, we think we have some feeling about this part after reading the paper. So first, we think the increasing protection of privacy and personal data poses a challenge to medical research and precision medicine based on health data monitoring, and the conservation and appropriate use of health-related health biological resources as very significant for the protection of human rights and the public interest, especially for developing countries and vulnerable populations. In the current S20 preliminary document, this part, we feel it has involved a wide range of contents with obvious overlaps and some connections with the other parts like AI or bioeconomy. So we think maybe we can do some distinctions and adjustments. Okay, about the social justice part. So firstly, we would like to share some our experience from our academy and our country about the poverty reduction. So our academy has done a lot of work on power alleviation through STI since 1980s. For example, we support the capacity building and the industrial upgrading in poor areas, insist green development, promote ecological restoration and industrial integration. Secondly, Chinese government is revising the science popularization law to boost the monitoring and evaluating the spread of science popularization information, and to facilitate the scientific review on science popularization content. So this work is to strengthen the governance on disinformation and misinformation in science communication. Thirdly, concerning the document we have now, we think we need also pay attention to address the new social divide resulted by technology gap, digital gap, and AI gap. So we suggest that we may consider to promote the dialogue and the cooperation on transnational technology supply, international technology transfer and sharing, focus on the practical dilemma of the technology supply and the transfer in the South, and exploring the solution by international cooperation, and explore some new mechanisms similar to open source community to solve social problems. So that's all for now. We look forward to work with everyone here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the Academy of Science of France. Please, Dr. Francis Bowman.
Thank you. Yes, so dear colleagues, first of all, let me thank warmly our colleagues from the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for hosting us so graciously and for having chosen so judiciously the 5 themes on which we should express ourselves collectively for this S20 edition. I must say that the scope of expertise of the Académie des Sciences in France is not extended to social sciences and humanities. Therefore, whatever I think, I'm bound to provide some comments only on task force 1, 3, and 4. And among all the written comments that we sent, I will just select a few for the purpose of this short presentation. So I'll start with AI and say that the Académie des Sciences really agrees with the main content of the text that promotes a balanced view of the progress, promises, and potential risks of AI. In particular, we do share the hope that it will contribute to the public good, protecting people's rights and safety, and advancing democratic values, as it has been written in the draft. And that's why when we come to the risk, when it is mentioned that AI has the potential for mass unemployment, it may be useful to rather state that, as for other breakthrough innovation, the job market will be significantly modified by AI. This means that it will lead both to job destruction and to job creation. And this calls for a targeted effort for educating people to AI in order to mitigate the impact on the employment of particular segments of the population. Because we all believe that education contributes to democracy. Thus, the corresponding paragraph in the draft document maybe could read like, the rapid advancement of AI technologies raises legitimate concerns, as it is written, including extensive alterations of the job market that could exacerbate existing inequalities within each country and between developed and developing countries, unless a huge effort in education and training to AI is rapidly promoted in our societies. Also, among the legitimate concerns that are mentioned, it would be fair to state that regarding environment, because there's something about that it may alter environment, it is not clearly stated why and how. I think that what could be mentioned is that although the carbon footprint of AI is currently small, it is bound to increase extensively with the growing part of AI in the informatic technological sector. Then task 1 ends on a seemingly straightforward conclusion that the establishment of a global AI governance structure may be necessary due to the above concerns, and to one of the final statements, that the formulation of ethical principles that prioritize the well-being of humankind and the planet health is crucial in the realm of AI. This certainly all S20 member academy share this wish of a global AI governance and as open as possible. But at the moment, as it is written, we feel it's a bit too much of a wishful thinking if there is not something more specific with suggestions of guidelines. I remember what our colleague, I think from the G20 Social mentioned, that we should try to have precise recommendations that could be understood by policymakers. So maybe we should try to find guidelines in some pre-existing, in other fields of international agreements, like you had this in aeronautics or in telecommunication sectors at the time where they spread. So probably we should be much more specific on a possible agreement and not just mention the open access from the beginning to the end. This is so large that everyone can understand what he or she wants with this statement. Now, regarding the energy transition process, so here we noted the choice of a focus on renewable energy rather than on low carbon energy sources. Renewable energies indeed form a significant part of the solution for decarbonizing energy production, and we do not object in the French Academy of Sciences to the choice of this focus. However, the introduction could start with a slightly different statement that, I'm quoting what we propose, the overall efforts to decarbonize energy production currently rely on the increasing use of low-carbon energy sources, including both nuclear energy and renewable energies, in a mix that varies from one country to another. Then it could be stated that the focus here will be restricted to the contribution of renewable energies. This being said, the current presentation still tends to overestimate the promises of those renewable energies which are currently available, whether solar, wind, or hydropower. The challenges and obstacles to their development are barely mentioned. Their intermittent nature raises a major storage issue, as well as an electrical network rewiring adaptation for their use at a large scale. One should address these drawbacks at the moment. One should also address, for instance, their land footprint and possible adverse effects on biodiversity, as is the case for the intensive use of wind turbines, as we know in several countries. I think it's the case in Brazil, where there are issues in that respect. When it comes to biomass, its access is presently limited because of something we all know of, because of the competition for lands, which should be preserved for food production and carbon sinks. That's forest biomass. The situation may improve with the development of biofuels of what is called second and third generation. You know, that's cellulosic biomass or algal biofuels. But these are not presently available, and they require much more research efforts. Similarly, hydrogen, often presented, and we heard this from my colleague from Argentina, as very attractive, which indeed is the case, but still is, with some exceptions, it's not really an energy source, but it's an energy vector, which requires being produced by energy conversion in most cases. And probably you know that there is a significant drop in energy yield because only 30% of the incoming energy is recovered in the power to hydrogen production power. Then it will be likely confined to heavy transportation only, like on boats, trucks, whereas the use for planes or cars remains at the moment really very highly speculative. Last, the mention of extracting energy from the ocean, where the tidal wave ocean thermal energy is, as it is written, overly optimistic at the moment. While the potential energy is enormous, it is extremely diffuse and requires substantial investments to yield relatively small quantities of energy. So mentioning all these drawbacks should not be regarded as detrimental to the necessary support to the development of renewable energies. On the contrary, it provides the rationale for more international investments in basic and technological research aimed at tackling the bottlenecks of each process for renewable energy production. It is of note that the same situation prevails for nuclear energy, with the need for a new generation of nuclear reactors, the rapid neutron reactors, and the technological development of a closed cycle for nuclear fuel in order not to have waste of long lifetime on Earth. And the S20 is uniquely suited to launch this call for international support to transdisciplinary research efforts in the field of energy production, since in their present state, the various sources of low-carbon energy, although increasingly used, are not yet fitted to successively operate the energy transition required by the drop of fossil fuels. Now, the last is regarding health challenges. The French Academy of Sciences supports the introductory comments for a need to achieve universal health coverage with an emphasis on equity, community involvement, and participation that holds the potential to drive improvements in various aspects of health. We would like to add that a key factor for properly managing the above issues is a robust public health policy that should be probably more defined in the documents. And I think that what we heard in this keynote lecture by our colleague provides a lot of indication of what should be written as recommendations for a proper public health policy. So part of this policy deals with well-identified environmental cues that impact human health, like we heard this, food security, housing, clean water, sanitation, which are mentioned in the document. But what the crisis of COVID also illustrated once again, that we knew also from the time of tuberculosis, is that there is a need for clean indoor policy. This is a major issue as well. Clean indoor policy, when you think of pollution, it's really something that in terms of public health should be really looked for. So we think that it would be nice to add this clean indoor and outdoor air to the current list. Now, then the issues can be tackled properly only if they are at the core of a prevention policy for public health, which also requires, and we heard this in the keynote lecture, action against smoking, heavy drinking. We should encourage physical exercise and have a proper diet. This means that education to public health and access to objective and fair information for all should be taken as a priority. But this may be hampered by the current shortage. We did not hear of this enough, I think. The current shortage, I think, in healthcare workforce, which is a growing concern in most countries. In that respect, the part of the document that deals with digital health transformation could mention it being crucial as a tool to help coping with healthcare workshop shortage. Also, digital health transformation would improve the carbon footprint of the healthcare sector, in particular through incorporation of telemedicine to expand healthcare to remote or hard-to-reach areas, as stated in the document. So, to conclude these comments from the French Academy of Sciences, I'd like to quote among the opening remarks in the draft version of the current S20 document the following. Building a just world and a sustainable planet highlights the Brazilian motto for this mandate, the reduction of hunger, poverty, and inequality worldwide, as well as a socio-environmental development that includes a fair and inclusive ecological transition. If we think of the basis to achieve these goals, I think, and I wish to add, in line with the adoption by the UN General Assembly of the International Decade of Sciences for Sustainable Development, that many of the major issues raised above will be better addressed if there is a genuine international effort to foster basic sciences. Producing new knowledge lays the foundations for those groundbreaking innovations which will improve the living conditions of our new generations. Thus, and this is important from what we heard from Victor Ramos, thus we must support the academic community in all countries, in particular the scientists and academics working in public research institutions and universities worldwide, because we need to have them on board, all of us, with all of us, to face those challenges for the future. And this message should be clearly sent to all policymakers in all countries of the world. So I wish here to mention publicly the support of the Academy of Sciences in France to what is happening to our colleagues in Argentina. And we do think that there is a need for solidarity with what you are facing at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite the German National Academy of Science to take the floor. Please, Dr. Ruth Norman.
Thank you very much. I'm just waiting for my slides to be put on, and here they are. Thank you. So I hope this is close enough. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, first of all, a big thank you to the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for organizing this meeting and for giving us the opportunity to comment on the descriptions of the task forces. A big thank you to President Nader and of course also to you, Álvaro Tubis Prata, for leading this. I'm here presenting the views of our experts on behalf of the president of the Academy, Gerald Haug, who unfortunately could not make it here. I am Ruth Narman, and I'm head of the International Relations Department in the Academy. Science 20 has always been crucial in providing science-based policy advice. The process was started in 2017 under the German lead. And I am very happy to see how well this process has evolved. Now that we can skip. The motto of the S20 process this year is Science for Global Transformation, and indeed all the topics that have been picked are highly relevant, and all outlines are very comprehensive already, and I would really like to seize this chance to thank all the experts on drafting the overview documents. Having said that, I would now like to go into the individual topics. First of all, artificial intelligence. This is already, as applies to all other documents, a very comprehensive and well-produced overview document, but there are some aspects that we think, our experts think, should be included, and some aspects that we, as German National Academy, would like to change. So what is missing, and that's something that the French colleague pointed out before, is the climate or the ecological impact of AI. High computing power demands significant electricity consumption. We talked about large language models, for example. So this, I think, should be included. Moreover, a topic that was referred to before too, it's open data and open source is absolutely essential. We need global equity and fairness when we talk about future developments of AI. What could be reconsidered? An aspect that so far is not really considered in the document is the working conditions in AI and the consequences of increasing AI. So, for example, it's the outsourcing of AI jobs to the global south, but it's also labor standards considerations that need to be considered here. Another aspect is the prevention of digital or data colonialism, which hampers economies of the global south. Last but not least, for this topic, I think we should, in the document, there's a call for government-led AI development, which is fine, but we really have to be careful against the misuse of AI also in this context. I don't need to refer to political systems in which, from the German perspective, this is the case. Let me go on to the next topic, bioeconomy. With this statement or with this description of the task force, we had a little bit of problems in a sense that we weren't quite sure where we're actually heading at with the task force. It looked like it's into developing criteria for a bioeconomy model or a bioeconomy strategy. If so, we would request to include incentives to restore degraded ecosystems, because this is so far ignored. Moreover, we would also suggest including the aquaculture sector when we're talking about biomass. Things to be reconsidered. Carbon sequestration is mentioned there, chemicals to be sequestrated into chemicals with a long half-life. I think we should advocate for environmentally safe solutions. And so, well, this is under debate, of course. There is a paragraph on rock dust. Our expert told us that this is not really sustainable because it's high energy costs, it requires transport, and there's a danger of the material spreading, and there's a limited and slow release of nutrients. So we would request to take that off. And last but not least, a request that we've heard several times before, it's the call for global partnerships, also to secure local natural resources. Let me move on to topic 3, which is energy transition. While we agree that we need ambitious and effective climate policies, we do think it is important also for the acceptance in the electorate to point out that there are challenges and costs related to energy transition. And so I think, or my experts suggested, that we should be honest about the limited success of previous approaches in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and there is a need for more effective strategies. What we are missing in the document is a market-based approach on a global scale regarding the CO2 price, and that should also include border tariffs to prevent the outsourcing of CO2 emissions to other parts of the world. Another aspect that we were missing is the growing significance of negative emissions to keep the climate targets within reach. Last but not least, something to be included from our perspective is the role of e-fuels, but only for sectors which are difficult to defossilize. So we should keep synthetic fuels for these sectors and not say that this is the solution to everything. What should be reconsidered? For us, and I know I'm contradicting some other statements that we've heard before, coal clearly needs to be phased out as soon as possible. We should making carbon capture and storage more acceptable in our perspective is the wrong direction. Other aspects that we should consider is ocean energy. With regard, no, sorry. This thing is blinking all the time, so I'm getting a little bit confused here, I'm sorry. So regarding ocean energy, we think that the emphasis on this aspect is a little bit too strong, as it's related with high costs, and the ocean energy is, or the high energy density is still questionable. Overall, we also would like to, as I said in the beginning, to caution against an overly optimistic reference to green growth. It's something that, again, my French colleague pointed out. There are many uncertainties in the overall economic and social impacts of green economy, particularly when it comes to green job subsidies. We still do not know if these jobs are as well-paying as we want them to be. We should also acknowledge that there is the possibility of lower growth. And regarding the community level engagement, we agree that this is very important, but still there needs to be, it's not the solution for all. It will not solve the relevant problems. So it's just one aspect, but it shouldn't be presented as the absolute key. Last but not least, with regard to these topics, we would like to stress the importance of incentives and cooperation. Again, something that has been pointed out. The climate crisis is not an information problem. We need to act. We also would like to emphasize what has been said before, that the transition to a sustainable system must be equitable. And last but not least, even though we are here as science academies, we would like to warn against calling for scientific breakthroughs all the time, because there are sufficient technologies available. This shouldn't be used as an excuse to wait. Action is needed right now. Regarding health, what is missing is a topic that was included in many of the previous statements of G20 and G7, that's antimicrobial resistance, as this is a problem that is affecting high and low income countries. Another aspect that should be included in the paper from our perspective is the cancer caused by infectious diseases, because this needs to be or can only be eradicated by international strategies. It's nothing that can be tackled alone. Topics that could be reconsidered. There was a big emphasis on precision medicine, which is a very fascinating topic, but again, we would like to point out it might not yet be economically realistic for many countries. It's something we heard in the presentation by Marcia before too. Darren already indicated the relation of gender and health, which is often overlooked, and also with regard to the gender-based differences in disease symptoms, that should be included too. Another aspect that Marcia again has pointed to is mental health. It is acknowledged here, but an aspect that we find missing is adverse childhood experiences, because it is a proven fact that ACE is a major factor in obesity and diabetes, and it's also a major factor when it comes to substance abuse, to mental illness, and to violence. So we strongly request to include this. Because it leads to very high health costs in the end. So let me move on to the topic of social justice. What needs to be included from our perspective is that it's not only about poverty reduction, but what is necessary also is the establishment of a functioning social system in the Global South. Without that, the eradication wouldn't be a long-term success. Then another aspect which I don't want to go into because I think we heard a lot about this, is the challenges of demographic change, especially that of an aging society. And then there was another link, or there was an aspect of linking social media with inequality. That might be the case, but we didn't find that very convincing. So I think we would ask for more arguments with relate to that aspect. Now, things that might be reconsidered is that whereas there are economic differences, there is a real decrease in economic gaps between the countries. So it's probably not only take a very negative view, but of course there is rising inequality within societies. I think we should also mention the global middle class. And when it comes to mentioning economic impact of technology, it has very positive effects as the increase of productivity or the improvement of working conditions, but it also leads to job destruction. So again, we're calling for openness here. Last but not least, let me make some general comments on the documents. We think that the Science 20 process in 2024 is diving into crucial global issues that really require interdisciplinary scientific collaboration, no doubt about that. Each task force offers valuable insights, and they clearly show the complexity of today's global policy landscape. However, some aspects that had been mentioned before, we would really like to emphasize that it should be quality over quantity. So make this short, make this concise. It's something that G20 Social was pointing out too. We should have leader-like statements that focus on actionable outcomes. We also would like to point out that since there's quite a significant overlap of topics from the S20 and the S7, we should also make sure that there is coherence between these documents. These shouldn't be contradicting too much from our perspective. So again, thank you to the Brazilian Academy. We're looking forward to working with you on these recommendations under your lead and guidance. We are convinced that together, with continued dialogue and concerted action, we can strive towards a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient future for all, with science at the core. Obrigada.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to move to our second keynote lecture. Please, Professor Glaucius Oliva, which are going to introduce our keynote speaker.
Already good afternoon to all of you. I'm Glaucius Oliva, member of the Board of Directors of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, and it's both my honor and privilege to introduce my good colleague here, Dr. Pedro Wączowski. Pedro is a chemical engineer with a master's and a PhD degree from the University of São Paulo, and has an extensive career as CEO in major innovative chemical industries. He's a champion in the dissemination of the culture of innovation in the national industrial sector. He's president of the Superior Council for Innovation and Competitiveness at the Federation of Industries in the state of São Paulo. He also coordinates at the National Confederation of Industries, CNI, the Mobilization for Innovation in Industry, which is a working group of over 300 CEOs of Brazilian innovative companies. He's a member of the board of directors of Embrapi, the agency that promotes university industry partnerships here in Brazil, and it's a member of the Board of Directors of the National Fund for Scientific and Technological Development, FENDCT. He's at Advisory Board of the University of São Paulo and the Superior Council of APESP, the state funding agency of the state of São Paulo, and is at the Advisory Board of the National Association for Research and Development of Innovative Companies, ANPEI. He's member of the Board of Directors of a number of private sector, and it's very good to hear from people in industry what they think about innovation in G20. Thank you. Pedro, you have the floor.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I thank Álvaro Prata and Glaucius for the kind invitation, and Helena Nader. Well, there is a planetary crisis. I think I probably don't have to tell this to you, but just as an opening statement, and we all know it, and we all know that there are a set of negative and some positive, but mainly negative impacts on issues like water availability and food production, on health and well-being, cities, settlements, and infrastructure. We know that we have issues with too much rain, too much drought. We have issues with high temperatures. We have all the issues that are well known that are caused by climate change. There are obviously systems that will be changed, that are under threats, heavy threats. We do have a lot of risks with these extreme weather events, global impacts on industry, on work, on living on Earth. We'll have, it depends obviously on the amounts, how far we can hold the temperatures on Earth. We expect, we still are working on with 1.5 degrees Celsius over the next years, but we do see a lot of risks that this limit will be unfortunately surpassed. This crisis will have also impact on labor. And here we see that these two graphs are for low exposure labor conditions and high exposure labor conditions. The high exposure labor conditions both have an optimal temperature above which there will be a big decrease in the labor supply. And here labor supply means both capacity, both productivity. So depending on the conditions, agriculture will be obviously very difficult. So low exposure meaning mainly inside jobs, and high exposure meaning mainly outside jobs. So both will be heavily affected by the change, by the climate change. Well, Brazil is in a unique position in respect of energy. We are the 7th largest emitter, greenhouse gases emitter in the world, around 2.2 gigatons of CO2 equivalent every year. And deforestation is the major issue in Brazil. And most of this deforestation is illegal, and a large part of it is in the Amazon biome, which is to some extent bad news, but to some extent good news, in the sense that if, and this is the intention of the current Brazilian government, law is in fact in force, that can be, that there will be a very large and sharp decline in emissions of Brazil. Industry is only responsible for 5% of the total emissions. Transportation and energy generation is around 20%. If we look at it, the situation is different in the different regions of the country. north and the center-west, where most of the Amazon biome is concentrated, where the Amazon concentrated is located, we'll have land use change and forestry, meaning mainly deforestation, is the main source of emissions. And if we see the graph on the right, there has been a change over time. Over a certain period of time, there has been a sharp reduction in emissions coming from the north and the center-west, meaning basically that law enforcement has reduced deforestation, mainly in the Amazon area. This has changed in more recent years, and we expect it to change again positively with the new government and a more strict law enforcement. Energy consumption by sector in Brazil, transportation and industry are the main consumers of energy in the country, and transportation is the major single component of GHG emissions, gas emissions associated with the energy metrics. We do have ambitious goals for reduction of emissions, 37% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. If we look at the energy supply picture in Brazil, roughly half of the energy supply, of the total energy supply, is renewable. Being oil and oil products, natural gas to some extent, and coal, the major non-renewable sources of energy in Brazil. And as noted, most of the oil and the oil products go into the transportation sector. This, please note that roughly 35% of the total energy supply is still from oil and oil products. This number is coming down. It was around 40% 10 years ago. And sugarcane biomass is a very important source of energy in Brazil, roughly being responsible for 15% of the total energy supply, both in the form of bagasse, sugarcane bagasse, generating energy, and ethanol used in the automotive industry in Brazil. If we look specifically to electricity, to the electricity energy mix in Brazil, in 2022, 92% of the electricity generated in Brazil was from renewable sources. That's mainly hydraulic, ethanol, sugarcane bagasse, and so on, which is obviously a unique situation for the Brazilian economy. If we look at specific industry segments, in cement, which is a major emitter, as you all know, Brazil has a relatively efficient cement industry, and our emissions are 11% lower than the world average per ton of cement. Pulp and paper, we have 9 million hectares of trees growing in Brazil for the production of pulp. Aluminium, we have today 56% of the Brazilian aluminium consumed is recycled, which is a very high figure worldwide. The global average is around 25%. And steel, in steel, we have 12% of production is from low carbon charcoal, to the extent that this exists. Brazil had the current Brazilian government has designed a new plan called Brazil's Ecological Transformation Plan, with 3 main objectives: increase productivity while creating jobs, ensure environmental sustainability, and promote social inclusion. And this will happen, according to the plan, in 7 different economic sectors: bioeconomy and biotechnology, infrastructure and climate adaptation, sustainable agriculture, energy transition, circular economy, which is very important specifically for job creation, industry and mobility, and sustainable finance. And those are the main enablers that will allow this ecological transformation to actually happen. Wind and solar has grown in Brazil as a source of energy. In the case of solar, we have basically two different kinds of solar energy. Solar capacity, meaning solar to provide energy for the grid. Solar capacity distributed generation is mainly in households or small businesses for own consumption. And wind capacity, which has been increasing very fast in Brazil, mainly in the northeast of the country. So we do see a lot of opportunities for the Brazilian economy. Renewable energy, as I mentioned, is growing and will continue to grow in Brazil. Green hydrogen, there are a large number there are almost $200 billion investment opportunities for green hydrogen in the next 20 years in Brazil. Sustainable fuels, we are speaking here of both ethanol and of SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. Ethanol, there are already research, developments being done in Brazil to use ethanol to produce hydrogen, to reform ethanol to hydrogen, and through hydrogen use fuel cells to feed electric vehicles. So an electric vehicle based on ethanol is a very strong possibility, and this technology is being developed as we speak. Green metallics and biomethane and renewable natural gas. Biomethane is a growing source of energy in Brazil, coming mainly from fermentation of sugarcane residues. Regarding SAF, there, as we probably all know, are the two major technologies in development. One in which sustainable aviation fuel is produced from ethanol, and the second one from vegetable oils, fatty acids coming from vegetable oils. Brazil is a major producer of both vegetable oil and ethanol, and will be certainly a major producer of SAF in the future. Eucalyptus, Brazil is a major producer of eucalyptus, mainly for pulp, but it can be transformed into what's called biocoal for steel making. And biomethane, as I mentioned, can reach $15 billion by 2040 based on several waste from industry, mainly from the agricultural business. Well, science, I don't have to tell you, but science is a major tool, a major enabler for these developments and for climate adaptation. And the Brazilian industry is aware of this and is supporting the efforts of the scientific community in order to develop this technology as fast as we can. This is information about publications about GHG emissions and renewable energies. Brazil has still a relatively modest position, but publications from Brazilian scientists in these areas have been growing in the past couple of years. We do have a series of methods to help industry and help the Brazilian scientific institutions to do research on climate-related issues. both in the form of subsidized credit, subsidies, equity participation, scholarships, promoting technological infrastructure, using public procurement as a source and a way to foster innovation. And there are a set of Brazilian institutions, public institutions, mainly public, or some of them are private, and tax incentives to make this happen in the following years. So the Brazilian ecological plan sees an opportunity for GDP to grow between 230 to 430 billion US dollars up to 2030, increasing GDP growth from somewhere between 2 and 2.5%, which has been the figure for the Brazilian economy, double that figure, and that will require both public and private investments. And finally, there is an issue there's a social inclusion and gender issue in Brazil. These are statistics of 2012 and 2022, showing that real average hourly income from jobs in Brazil, the income of women is considerably lower than the income for men. For brown and black people are much lower than white people. And if we put both together, still white men make something like twice the value of brown and black women in Brazil. So this is a major issue. The plan has a series of initiatives to try to reduce these differences over time. There is a large potential. This green ecological plan has a large potential to generate new jobs, to reduce informality, circular economy, waste recycling, collection of products, recycling does generate a lot of jobs, reduces informality, and can be a major source for social development in Brazil. The estimate of the plan is that around 10 million new jobs can be created over the next 10 years, up to 2030, if and when this program is in fact established. So finally, what I tried to show you in this very brief presentation was, first, we do know we have to change. We do know we have a huge problem with the climate issues. We do know that Brazil has specific weaknesses regarding emissions, mainly linked to deforestation and agricultural practices. We do have a lot of strengths coming specifically and mainly from our energy metrics, our renewable energy metrics. We do know that there are a lot of opportunities for change, and the government has already designed them and will enact them. Science is key to mitigation. Science and technology are key for these technologies to actually be transformed into real initiatives. And it's also key to continue monitoring the climate issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro, especially because you brought us a little bit back on time. So there's certainly many questions that would be like to be presented to Pedro Bonchovsky, but I think that on the benefit of time, I return the floor to the president of this session to the indications about lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Glaucius. Thank you, Dr. Pedro Bonchovsky. Now it's time for us to stop for a moment. The Brazilian Academy of Science is offering a lunch at this hotel restaurant, which is in the main floor, in the lobby. I would like to ask you to bring your personal belongings with you. This room is going to be locked, but it will be advisable if you take your personal belongings. And also very important, please come back at 2:30. We are going to start 2:30. Thank you very much for these wonderful sections that we are having. Thank you.